Hello and welcome everybody to the final day of CVAL South. We've got one champion to crown and two qualification spots that were already given away, but plenty of cash is still left on the line. My name is Dor, and I'm joined by Possible to bring you guys today's grand finals. It has been a long time coming. It's been a long road here for a lot of these students, but Paul, they earned it, and they had to work hard to do so.
Man, the road doesn't get any much shorter after this either. We still got
doesn't.
another cycle of tournaments. We got the spring tournament in just a couple of weeks. That starts up, and then nationals later on down the road in May. It's an exciting time to be in collegiate Valorant, and we're going to have an unbelievably exciting series ahead of us.
Oh, yeah. The last time these two fought up against one another, it was 3-2 going all the way. Maps traded back and forth. Now OC comes in with a little bit of a winner's bracket advantage, and things are looking close since we saw the pop-off that happened yesterday for University of St. Thomas after an insanely close series up against Blinn.
And here's that long road you were talking about, Dora. Just a crazy double elim bracket. And this is after, like, a 64-team bracket that was single elim for a couple rounds and a group stage all before it. These teams have fought so hard to get here. University of St. Thomas and Oklahoma Christian University. That match yesterday was insane, and we only got 4 maps of it. I can't imagine what UST is going to put on a show for if we end up getting all 5 today again. Also, shout out to playing like potentially 14 maps in 3 series. Crazy stuff.
They just can't. They can't catch a break, man. None of the teams could. We had an insane top 8. This is almost inarguably the single most stacked region in all of CVAL in terms of density of competition. Any one of these teams that we've seen in the past couple of days could easily be making finals in another region, but that's how it is in the South, man. It is just tough. It's a dog-eat-dog world down here, and we've only got one first place spot to give. Is it going to the new kids on the block in OC, or the slightly less but still new kids on the block UST? Is still yet to be seen, but let's talk a little bit about who they're bringing to the table in order to do so, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first, let's just go with the team that we saw yesterday, right? The team we're a little bit more familiar with, at least in terms of broadcast footage. UST put on such a phenomenal show. We, of course, talked a little bit to Jakey about this team. They are phenomenal. I was so interested in their fast play style and the way they came back in that series, too. The first map, I was so worried after it. Blinn 13-2'd UST on Haven, and we're thinking, oh man, are we really going to get a 3-0 today? Blinn's just going to wipe the floor with UST. But it was not the case at all. Ascent, Fracture, Split, all phenomenal maps. And shout out to Zhao too. I mean, just an insane performance on the Rays.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing, is this is not a team that I would identify as having 5 players that can always pop off whenever. What I love about this team is that it has 5 players that are extremely good at very specific things, and you can very clearly identify each of their roles as a player, even if they may be overlapping in a couple of the roles properly in game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when we look at Jakey, right, the IGL, but also the entry player a lot of the time, he's going to be picking up the Jet, hopefully staying on the Jet. It didn't look too good yesterday on that first map when they messed with the roles a little bit and he was on the Sova. So I'm hoping to keep him on Jet, or at least entry. If he plays the Phoenix, so be it. He dropped 35 yesterday. It's hard for me to criticize. And then, we got like the reliable initiator, more or less, for Sake. But the roles do flip-flop around a little bit. Nate's generally going to be picking up that Sentinel, of course. And then Zhao just does kind of anything. But the Rays yesterday, we saw on Fracture and Split, was really like cream of the crop.
Yeah, I mean, the flex from Joinho was really impressive. Jake really also coming to back up, play that main entry role. And then having 2 players in Tiger and Nate was super interesting, because those two, like I said, they were playing a tank role in Valorant, which I didn't know existed. Like, they just refuse to die. If they're going down, they're taking like 2-3 people with them every single time. But having such ironclad defensive players is a real fantastic thing to have, especially in an ecosystem like Collegiate, where everybody's a duelist, like having players like that that are willing to anchor and extremely good at it. That doesn't come free, but the other side isn't something to be scoffed at either. OC Esports has brought on a host of tier 2 players to buff out their roster, and they have sprung themselves to the top this semester.
I mean, it's basically a complete rework of this roster, right? Between last semester and the fall tournament, where OC really didn't make any waves. And then this semester where they bring in guys like Entry, who's the main person I'm going to be looking at, but also, Saint, Instinct, Eli, and Glyph. That's the OC team. And if you've been watching the Tier 2, Tier 3 scene in Valorant, you should be at least vaguely familiar with all 5 of those guys. Entry specifically is the one I really want to hone in on today, because in their last series versus UST in the upper bracket final, where it went 5 games, like you said, Dor, Entry was insane. The dude went plus 22 across all the maps, right? Like, that's his total KD. And then he had a plus 8 first kill differential. We saw yesterday just how much UST loved to get those early round leads. And if Entry can keep shutting them down at the very start of every single round, it's going to be a struggle for UST.
Let's talk about where those first picks are coming down. Map pick ban has been completed. As I mentioned earlier, an advantage did go to OC, as they are the upper bracket team. There's no bracket reset. Instead, they got both of the initial bans. Super duper powerful to have in your back pocket. And they ban, 2 relatively insecure bans. We're not used to seeing a Scent ban, but since you have 2, you can much more afford to do that. And a Fracture ban, definitely more common, but with Pearl and Lotus both floating around in the map pool, this is surely to make a lot of collegiate teams uncomfortable.
This is a very targeted selection of bans by OC.
Certainly.
When you look at their stats, they're pretty comfortable. They're one of the few collegiate teams that, while they've had this roster, like this new roster, they've played pretty much everything. So they're not a team where, like UST, for instance, who when they get a chance to ban, they'll just permaban Lotus. Today, it was OC banning both Ascent and Fracture, despite the fact that it says UST ban on Fracture. They're not banning their best map, guys. Don't worry. UST's not lost in the sauce or anything. These are just 2 maps that UST has shown that they're really good at. I thought there was a little bit of room coming in today that we might see like a split ban instead of Ascent, because OC can also play Ascent. But I guess out of the 3 maps that OC could be worried about, being Ascent, Fracture, and Split, they were most worried about these 2.
Yeah, and considering prior to yesterday, even USC, who had a history on Split, is only like 2 maps, though, in the past, it's still not that dense, and I think OC can really use a lot of that instinct that they have on that team to pick them apart, and you can see that they have kind of forced their way into those more mid-round call-y maps, as opposed to trying to go to the more execute maps like an Icebox and a Split, which they've kind of pushed further on into the series. So Pearl coming up first, and then Haven, I think is a playground for both their IGL and them as individuals to use a little bit of that game sense and experience that they have in order to kind of bolster their roster.
And there's an interesting dynamic here between like Pearl and Ascent, right? Because I think one of the reasons that Ascent gets banned instead of that split ban I was talking about is because we saw yesterday UST just played the most bonkers comp I've ever seen in my life. It was 3 controllers, Cypher, and Phoenix, and they won in like a 16, 14, 30 round. You don't want to deal with that. You got one night to counter strat that. Just get it out of here. Get it out of here. Whereas when we go to Pearl, there's actually like a similar flavor here. Last time these 2 teams faced in the upper bracket final, Jakey brought the Phoenix out. It didn't drop 35, though. I'll tell you that much. It was 13 and 18. So I think this is a very bold pick for UST to be starting with, but I also expect them to pivot their composition quite a bit from that Phoenix that didn't quite do well the last time they picked this map.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that out there, because as much as the collegiate scene in general takes a couple months to catch up to the pro scene in terms of map picks, the more modern maps, they're very slow to pick up on. Pearl's as straight as you can get for a tack shooter map. Like, it is fundamental tack shooter stuff. I think it's not going to have nearly the same amount of pickup time as like a Lotus or like a Fracture had, where it was literally semesters until we see teams get comfortable with them. Even now, we see a lot of collegiate teams that don't quite have the scrim hours picking Fracture at all, just insta-banning it because they don't feel like learning it. And that's understandable, but for the top teams like this, you've got to have those new maps in your pool, and especially Lotus later on in the series, I'm really eyeballing for each of these teams to have a good understanding of, because it could be the wild card.
It's going to be a fantastic series. Let's hear from Jakey before we jump into game and see what he thinks about this semester and OC Esports specifically.
On the left, on the left.
Blank. Purdy ultimate.
We're going in heaven.
Nice pick.
Heaven.
Essentially, one of my good friends who I had traveled with on a different collegiate team a long time ago named Tiger, or Anthony as I know him. He DM'd me about 6 months before I joined, like offering the opportunity essentially. I was able to connect with the director around 6 months after he even DM'd me because I wasn't interested at the time. But then I realized that maybe collegiate is really the way I wanted to go, and so I ended up getting in touch with him. I got brought on. I even brought on one of my former teammates on an old tier 2 team that I used to play for. And yeah, that's pretty much how it went down. I'd say it's a little bit of a more relaxing environment. Like in tier 2, you're fighting for like a salary, like your spot. But collegiate is like a new scene where I'm able to like almost feel myself like beating out every competition. Like it's not a competition so big that I feel like I can't take it on yet. Like in comparison to like tier 2 and tier 1, you're playing against like the Optic, the TSM, the Guard, teams like that where I think I need more time to develop to play against. But now I'm at like the top level of collegiate and I feel like I could face anyone and beat them on a day-to-day basis. But OC is definitely fun to play against because it's teammates that I've played with in tier 2. Eli and Glyph in particular are people that we played versus in tier 2, and Saint and Entry we had sub for us in the Red Bull Campus Clutch. So I basically knew the way they were going to play. It sucked that we lost, but it was definitely an interesting learning experience. Yeah, a lot of people seem to doubt us, like specifically like the collegiate CVAL hub rankings. Like they want to say like, or like the people on the council want to vote, say like we're not going to beat these teams. But I feel like what we showed last weekend wasn't what we can truthfully do, and the practice that we're putting in is going to show this weekend.
Fighting words from Jakey, who wants a little bit of OC's head served right up on a nice silver platter, and he could not ask for anything more than what he's getting today. One shot to beat the team that trounced them, the team that also helped them out in prior games. Yeah. Paul, this is these two know each other pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Jakey saying that, like, Entry and Saint, I believe it was, sub for them back in, like, Red Bull Campus Clutch. So there's a lot of, like, camaraderie here, but that doesn't mean that these teams are going to take it easy on each other, Dorian. You want to beat your friends even more than you want to beat your rivals sometimes.
Yeah, this is the one that not only do you get more money for, but of course, you're just never going to hear the end of. Huh. And I often as a caster, you know, we'll say, like, pride is on the line, dude. Pride and a whole lot of trash talk. I'll tell you that much. Let's say get to Agent Cop though, because we've got Pearl locked in and map 1 coming up.
Okay, apparently I'm wrong. They are running the Phoenix again. So in this past week, UST, considering this is their first map pick, they must feel like they figured out what went wrong the last time they faced OC, and it wasn't the composition. It was evidently how they played the composition. We don't have footage on that, so we'll just have to put our faith in Jakey and the boys and hope that it does a little bit better than last time around. No surprises either on the other side of things. Saint actually picking up the Breach, a little bit of a surprise. Generally plays the KO here instead. Breach not as common for Pearl in comparison to something like the KO, just because the lines of engagement that you generally want for Breach, like those giant long pathways, a little bit less stable, a little bit less ideal places to set up for a Breach here on Pearl. It's not unplayable by any stretch of the imagination, though.
No, the big thing that actually surprised me, if you take a look at Nate playing the Killjoy, don't get me wrong, Nate's Killjoy, great, but all of yesterday, what we saw Nate pop off and have some really incredible performances on was the Cypher. So to see that not be here is a bit of a surprise.
Killjoy is, of course, phenomenal on this map, but Cypher is going to be just fine, too. These are just stylistic mismatches,
certainly,
right? You want a little bit more of that attacking power with the Killjoy, and defending power as well. You can play really good post plants with the Killjoy, right? The lockdown, the nano swarms, especially over right? They're going very intense as long as Nate is given the opportunity to set up properly. That, of course, is all going to depend on how the early round goes. We are out into our grand finals for the CVAL South Winter Tournament.
It's best of 5. You got to take 3 away, but I'll tell you what, 1 makes it a lot easier. Instinct set up versus all 5 here on the B site, and it's just going to abscond. Side, better take this one a little bit later. We'll play retake. Let them use their util. And there are plenty of options for OC to come back in with.
That is a very cheeky camera. There's no way for UST to actually dispose of that. So we'll get a little bit of information that there's not going to be a flank coming through mid. Speaking of flanks, Entry going all the way around. Him and Nate gonna have a fight, but first up, it's Jakey spilling blood. Does get traded right back, and Instinct already into the site. The flank's disposed of now, though, so more players can come back and cover the defuse. This is looking great for UST thus far, and it's only going to get better and better. This is the start that they really wanted to have to get their revenge in their rematch versus OC.
Yeah, pistol round retake can be real tough because, yes, you have all 5 players. Yes, you held your util, but your util's still not that much in a lot of these scenarios.
One flash.
Yeah, exactly. So it's decent, but it's not everything that you might be holding as opposed to holding on a full buy. And I think that's what OC are trying to come in with, right? You're playing pistols with pistols. You had one thing to get you onto the site, but the fight down long was kind of just raw aim and better angles for UST. So hats off to them. They should be able to convert here as they're heading into OC's eco. I am really curious about this, though. As much as we talk about teams that have lethal ecos, just referencing Blinn and Northwood all the time, OC, who have jumped onto the scene and have a lot of mechanical prowess, I expect them to be pretty dangerous here. I'm not going to put them in the annals of history with those two quite yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it.
Proof will be in the pudding.
Exactly.
A very expensive investment, too, from UST. 2 rifles in the second round.
And a Bulldog.
It's quite a bit.
That's
Back to B it
free.
goes. A little bit more concern about mid this time. A slower take toward B, expecting OC to go for some roams out the map. I mean, they do, but losing Xiaoyinho, not ideal. At least enough cover from Nate to prevent the rifle from being recovered. And with so many showing in mid, it means that UST can easily get onto the B site.
Plane comes down. No real range upgrade. I think, actually, Entry's thinking about going to recover that gun, but decides better of it. That's just a retake. They've got Sheriff, so the range shouldn't be too much of a problem, save for shooting down long. And Nate's even going to close that distance a little bit more, so maybe they can get a shot. But they have to connect on the first.
I mean, light armor on both Nate and Jakey. A Sheriff headshot, even at range, will accomplish what you need. Hey, there it is. Only one goes, though. Oh, second goes. Oh, hey. Oh, well, okay. Well, you swung while you were reloading.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate. Great before that. I mean, that's a ton of damage.
That's a lot of money, dude. that was not cheap for UST. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page here. Look, we can joke about the reload peak as much as we want to. You don't have to win that round for it to be a round win for OC, if you know what I mean, right? Like, you have ripped the cash from UST's pockets, veritably so. And now they've got to deal with the consequences. I mean, this is the least bonus anybody has ever seen.
It's not even a bonus. It's a hero rifle round on round 3. Ooh, this is a bold push from Entry, but we'll get out of there before taking any damage, actually.
I like the idea.
A ton of good info as well. Look how quickly OC have pulled 3 players over to the A site. That being said, UST, they're not backing down. We talked yesterday, a very linear team, UST. They like to pick a site and go. They are not easily deterred.
There they go. Run it back, been charged up nice and early off some critical frags and ult orbs from Jakey. Can't make his way to the back of the site, and the pinch from Nate's going to be unsuccessful as well. Very little map control has gone over the UST side.
They've got nothing here. Run it back invested, and Jakey just
not even on site, man.
Chucked at him.
They're
I mean,
completely
at least
surrounded.
you
Look at this.
trade for a lot, but you got to win these gunfights. All right, Jakey, the only one with the rifle for the moment. If he gets the second one, now some guns can be recovered. Entry's still a thorn in the side of the site. Can't ignore him. Can't just go for the plant just yet. And UST are quickly getting boxed in.
Tiger looking for the plant. Can't get it, though. Glyph and the spam from Entry making it far too difficult. The spike goes down in an extremely inconvenient spot. Did it fly over the site to get there? That's insane.
I'm not sure how it landed there, honestly. I think it landed on the roof of the shed somehow and slid off. No idea. Not a clue.
Okay,
was nowhere near where it was getting planted. Either way,
silver
though,
linings here for UST. Yeah. It was a tricky round. We've talked about this before. UST get themselves into a lot of spots where there's kind of an only move. There's only one correct thing to do, and they're trying to fight their way up through connector. Not bad. Not a bad idea. It was kind of the only option they had. They made the space, but spam too much that spike in an extremely inconvenient position, and then you do manage to get a couple kills out of it. So a hero rifle round results in low econ for kind of both teams at this point. The winner of this round is going to be feeling fantastic, though.
Swing round for sure. And I want to zone in on Jakey here. Again, the IGL, but also the front of the phalanx, right? The one that's taking all of the blows. You can see already most of the way back to a run it back. Just used it last round.
Dear God.
That's why they run this Phoenix, is because Jakey has such confident entry with it, gains so much momentum, takes so much space off the back of this Phoenix, and converts on the kills to boot. Getting spotted makes things a little bit more tricky, though. That box is Swiss cheese if you stand behind it while you're getting pinged by a Sova drone, so hook back all the way out of there. Nice little jump peek, too, from Saint. That'll get a ton of good info. Spotted 3 players, presumably.
I like this, though, from UST. It's much more measured. They're holding on to map control. Killjoy locking down the mid. Alarm bot making sure that there's no B push. A lot of space, and now OC are a little worried about what's coming behind them. Glyph forced back by the flash. Can they catch him out of the corner? They can't. Glyph trades 1, but gets a lot of information.
And you're still locked in here, right? Instinct playing like a little rat in the cage. Does he dare go for the spam? Not with a Vandal, you don't. It'd be too easy to get counter spammed by 4 or 5 guns. Rotate's already here. OC have this connector locked down. Nice little ping there, too. Sake will get traded back very efficiently. And the plant, it looks like it will go down. UST, they've given themselves a chance, but they're losing members left, right, and center.
8 down, Saint traded, entry gone. Just 1 left. It's Yeenel. But all they've got is a Spectre, and that was one of the struggles I was talking about coming in here. They don't have any rifles to work with. The last person alive with one was Entry, but died too far away. You can't recover it. Now you're playing distance against a Vandal in the hands of Tiger. This is not a super winning position, Paul.
Can recover a gun, but has no information on Tiger.
Or
and
HP.
Time is running a little bit low. There's just not enough health. Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do there. Like you said, even without the gun disadvantage, the health was such an issue.
Well, you want to hear the good news? Everyone's still broke. This is the worst economy I have seen in a Valorant game. Look, at round 5, maybe ever. Both teams just flat out working with nothing.
UST will at least put 5 rifles on the board. Light armor to pair with it, but 5 rifles. So. it's okay for UST. They just need to get through this anti-eco effectively. There are some room, a little bit of room, I should say, for OC to make some damage. Glyph with a rifle pushing up. And potential for that rolling thunder, too, if Saint sees an opening.
I think Saint will find an opening when playing down the long lanes of this. Jakey, though, with an opener onto Glyph. You might not want it so early. Do they press that button is a question. Flash through. Jakey confident entry with the run it back that he got basically instantly after spending the wall to protect the plant, and it's going to be a clean one as UST leave all the way down long. You're going to utilize those rifles to their advantage, take those long angles.
These B plants have been really solid from UST thus far. Wow, love the wall there, too. It allows Jakey to just tuck into that corner. Such a difficult retake. I mean, even that was going to be difficult for Instinct, and that was probably the best chance they had. Woo! Another 4 kills for Jakey in the round. Ryder, run it back's only a 6 orb. Oh, the dude, as long as he's taking all these gunfights, he's going to have it every other round.
He's gotten 2 ults in 5 rounds. This is absurd. He's 8 and 4?
Bro,
he's on his way to a 3rd.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
I mean, this is the definition of pocketing a player. Like, just letting him pop off, and Jakey's really done it. You kind of questioned that Phoenix a little earlier, but the confidence of UST, a team that kind of doesn't quit and very much does back themselves in how they like to play the game, has been phenomenal for them in this situation. The fact that Jakey stuck to his guns, the fact that they haven't changed their strat just because they're coming up against OC, the fact that they understand how close it was last time. Despite OC being in the upper bracket, UST show no signs of fear.
And, you know, the Phoenix didn't work out for them last time they played against OC, but they've had a week to workshop it.
And you know what the difference was? That was last time.
Exactly.
I feel like that's the only thing that UST have to know. Like, they're so willing to just give themselves the benefit of the doubt. We saw it yesterday with the 4 smokes comp where they just went like they're so willing to do things and believe in their ability to make them work.
They're a confident team. They are a confidence-driven team, UST.
We're going to have a lot more now. I'll tell you what, now that they've actually got an economy, the Pearl politicians have sent out a stimulus check seemingly to both teams.
Well, but even after like OC saved last round. They're still working mostly with light armor. We've got to see some of these alts find value, right? The Rolling Thunder specifically for Saint needs to come up with the goods, and Glyph already gone. No chance for a Cosmic Divide. Massive mid pressure. Instinct falling off of it too. That camera's gonna get spotted and destroyed? No, maybe not. Oh, now we're... Alright. Not gonna give Instinct much help here.
Instinct playing it slow. The Rolling Thunder and Instinct cleans up to a third with the help of the breach. Joinho locked in a corner, and Yidel shoving him into the remaining team members for OC. A statement of a second round as Glyph is gone, but not for nothing. Oh my goodness, they clamped down on that position quick.
A phenomenal hold from Instinct, right? One player versus 4. The cyber cages were used so effectively there, and you can't just haphazardly run through those. That's the reason that UST takes so long to actually get out of that hallway onto the site. They're nervous about running into a trap wire inside the cyber cage and getting traded out. They don't want to get spammed, but because they take so long to clear and do their due diligence, the rotates come over so quickly, and Instinct is able to reposition, absolutely destroy them. Back to a more traditional B take now for UST. These have been working far better than when they try to go through the middle of the map.
Wall's available. Let's see if they go for the quick planter if they try and get sight. It's going to be the quick plant again. Same wall, same play. Spike is slow to come to sight. We've seen this one end poorly before for these teams. Jake's finally going to get it down, though. The rotates are in. Oh, God, the Hunter's Fury here. I'm getting deja vu, Paul. Oh, no.
That was brilliant. He used the running back to tank the damage. At least survives, but it does trade his ult out. No longer going to be able to get aggressive and up inside of OC's face. Joinho falling to a 5v3. OC looking great. And a Cosmic Divide makes it difficult for UST. It's all on Sake and Jakey right now to try and hold the line. Sake falls. Jakey does his best. But OC will get their third round.
A clean retake, and again, you have to point at the Hunter's Fury, forcing out the run it back. Again, his third in 7 rounds, but it was relatively fruitless in terms of its execution. Getting that spike down lane allows those rotates in. The post plants weren't as perfect as they wanted UST, or as UST wanted them to be, and they pay the price big time. Their economy now down to not much. A hero rifle round for them as OC get a taste of the high life.
It was expensive in terms of ultimates for OC, and unlike Jakey, it's not quite as easy to farm up to things like the Hunter's Fury or the Rolling Thunder. I love that they do toss the... UST has so much faith in their IGL.
Absolutely.
Tossing in the rifle, just want him to farm to the run it back, right? It doesn't really matter if Jakey dies with this rifle. They're giving him the best chance to get ult orbs, to get picks, to open space for UST.
As well, they've gotten information now. Entry does have the operator, something that they were definitely already thinking about, but now definitely know. A lot of OCs cramped up around this B site, though. It is just Instinct over at A, who's on an island, and I mean, disengaging from here seems pretty difficult. Once that trapwire is gone, gotta be quick with it, but Instinct has proven strong before. Let's see how he does.
Nice little position. The hot hands will flush him out of that, though. Nothing too cheeky this time around. Instinct, more cyber cages.
Does he back away?
The dude is unbelievably ratty. I love ratty ciphers. That's how you need to play the agent in my mind.
Oh, the team's all here, dude. OC are... The cavalry's so arrived. UST are light years late.
Oh, just a little bit off on the spam there. Oh, and Entry is very stuck. Do they know Entry's in this corner? They have to, right? Okay, good. Jakey good for 1. And a second at that. Don't know how Yanel didn't manage to take him down. And a beautiful flash. Doesn't quite get Saint, but forces him off the angle. Saint, you need to check your right. Okay.
Ooh.
Barely managed to hit the flick, but it cost him some of his health. And then Nate trades him on back. Rifle recovered. No, I don't think so. A couple of sheriffs, but some awkward positions. Glyph just going to try and stick the defuse maybe, but the nanoswarms force him away.
Tiger recovered a Vandal. Oh, and it's going to pay off big time. Glyph falls 1v2. Practically impossible to play, though. No engagement tools, just the smoke to work with. And a great round by the University of St. Thomas. Making that Vandal go to work in the hands of Jakey, who, yeah, goes down in an awkward shot. from Saint, who just had insane reaction time, but also farmed himself up almost a whole other run it back at this point. It's starting to get comical, Paul.
He got 2 more picks and died. That's half a run it back. Right? The dude's 12-7 in 7 rounds. He dies every round, but you bet he'll get his team some value before he goes.
That's his only job here, dogging it down.
I'm a little surprised they're not playing for the
Connector
ult orb
control.
for him.
No, I mean, not so early. It's not an ultimate they rely on, but they use well. Joinho. Good shot onto Yeno. Kind of saves it, to be completely honest, after getting stunned. Glyph getting forced back as well. Glyph, they can kind of tell the position of. Glyph has been playing back here time and time again. So they do suspect that there's more to this. And in fact, UST could realistically back away if they wanted to and change directions. They still have options here.
Instinct did spot them with the cam. Would have seen at least 2 there. And critically definitely saw Jakey, so Glyph is going to come over, try and assist. 3 players already swarming the site. Instinct has just completely hidden in the smokes. Wasn't quite in the right position to use that trap wire to full effectiveness, but they haven't cleared Instinct out of this corner.
They're wary of it. Entry's been here like every other round. They're definitely thinking about it. They know they don't have backside control. Now it's Instinct taking first peek. Entry's not quite there yet, but if they wait for this flank to come to fruition, it might pay off. Yes, that pulls Nate away. Now it's 3-on-3 on the site.
Neural Theft reveals, but UST, they beat the timing. They swing out before their positions are given away. Oh, and Glyph has no idea that Joinho is behind him. Perfectly done. Just an operator for entry. No Blade Storm to be seen. Undoubtedly going to be a save. I was nervous a little bit for UST, considering the site control they had. Jakey was in a really tricky spot. I thought Tiger tucked into that corner alongside him. It was very claustrophobic, but the timing on that swing between Joinho, Tiger, Sake is just perfect coordination from UST right now.
Yeah, they each find their targets right as OC is transitioning into the retake.
Exactly.
It's a big win as well. Breaks the backs of OC. Economy now down the toilet. A hero operator. Something you don't see too often.
I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a timeout from OC Esports.
I think that would be a great time. Yeah.
I mean, 3-6 on your defensive Pearl. I mean, Pearl is, Pearl can kind of swing either way, but it's certainly difficult.
Take a look at the ult. It doesn't get much better.
Run it back
here again. Yeah, I checked my watch. I set a 5-minute timer, and he's usually got it by then. Jakey holding on to it for just the right time. Joinho now pushing forward with Team Saint. Hits a great stun, but it's nothing in the face of the raw firepower that USG is bringing to the table in terms of economy. Nate holding outside the door for a Glyph who is oh so alone, unable to recover the operator of his former teammate. It's a clean one for USG that's only going to make that economy more indomitable.
Silver lining for OC Esports is that Jakey used the run it back to clear out through Art, while all of OC was dying to the rest of UST over in A main. So run it back, not going to be an issue for this round.
I give it 2 rounds.
This is the round that's really important. There's 2 left in the half. OC need them both to have a recoverable defense. Rolling Thunder, I said it before, the last Rolling Thunder from Saint, it was fine, but I'm looking for something of massive value, and with nobody home on the B site, with UST undoubtedly about to set up a long-range post-plant situation, I'm not sure how much work this Rolling Thunder is even going to have a chance to put in.
Yeah, I figure if they were going to go for the full retake, they would be a little bit more comfortable with 2 ults in their hands, but alas, no dice. They're not even playing for the ult orbs for Glyph, which I thought was a potential opportunity. Not spraying Instinct. Instead deciding, yeah, going full retake here. It's 1 Rolling Thunder, and it better be good.
It needs to be more than good. It needs to be perfect, and only Jakey's in a position to potentially get hit by it. A fault line to clear out backside, I like that better, but Jakey's still good for 1. I don't even think he got stunned. Dodged the fault line perfectly. I don't know if the angle was actually right on that utility. Nate with a little lurk, too. Puts even more pressure on OC Esports. So little time, and they still can't get rid of Jakey, dude!
Never say die, UST. This team is invincible, dude. The deflector shields are on and full strength. OC's bullets seemingly bouncing off the foreheads of UST. I have no clue how they manage to stay alive in situations like that, but this whole team just has a knack for doing it. I'll tell you what, the first stun, I think, came in, but I think the push came a little bit late. Even if Jakey did get stunned, I think it may have worn off before the swing actually came in. But the Rolling Thunder never even arrives after the first flurry of blows from UST. Now, back down to next to nothing for OC. They spend everything on light armor and a couple of cheaper rifles.
And it's so brutal. You can
still
see
at it here.
You can see by OC's setup the way they want to use the breach to take control of A main, but UST don't care about the A site. Like, unless they're going through art, UST have never gone A. Not a single time. Instead, it's just their typical take on B. At least this time, Glyph and Saint get some good early frags. Okay, just run and gun him with the Spectres. That's one way to win a round.
Any believers? Not me. Not yet. Okay.
Get 2 more. Oh, he's aware of entry.
Entry's got an
locked in by
operator. No, he doesn't.
No,
He's just
actually,
scoped
doesn't
in.
have the op.
Yeah, I saw the scope in animation. I was like, oh, maybe. Okay, yeah. Just popped. Nice round by OC, but it was definitely expensive. Economy doesn't matter that much for him anymore, though. All that matters is that they're taking an 8-4 scoreline into their own attacking half, and this is where things are meant to heat up. UST showed us some fantastic defensive play yesterday, and I think between the Sage, the Killjoy, the Astra, there are a ton of tools to lock this map down.
And the last time UST played OC Esports on Pearl, where OC Esports won 13-9, mind you, UST only got 5 rounds on their attack. So they've clearly done quite a bit of homework. And they haven't been thrown off by this breach adaptation at all. You know, I get the idea defensively where Saint wanted to succeed, but UST were just never in a position where Saint could have had value realistically. Now on the attacking side, undoubtedly going to have to try and find some value. Love this aggressive wall. Look how UST threatens so much control over A main.
I mean, they did this yesterday on Fracture as well, right? Pocket Joinho. Get him in there. Yeah, he's not playing the Raze, but he's still going to frag.
Instinct slipped the net.
Wait,
he's past the alarm bot.
How?
Nate was out of range of the alarm bot, so Instinct's just gone. He's through them. He's going to wrap around through A.
Okay. It's
But
gonna
nobody's
be a wrap
home.
on A. He's going to find nobody, though, awkwardly enough. So it's not as profitable as it could be. If he goes back towards the spawn right now, he could catch a weird timing if they don't expect him to be there so soon, and he's trying to do that, but it's going to be tight. It's going to be tight, and it doesn't really result in much of anything.
Spots 2
now
players.
caught off by the hot hands, flashed away, and Instinct, fortunately, not able to capitalize on what was a huge position.
Man, UST are just not playing the map how OC Esports anticipate at all. OC, like, both offensively and defensively now, have put so much thought into controlling A main, controlling the A site. That wrap from Instinct is perfect if UST are playing a more traditional defense. But instead, UST push aggressively on A main, and then they just leave. They're like, cool. OC have to spend util and time to clear this out now. Let's go check art, all 3 of us who just pushed, and see if we can swarm any players over there. They missed the timing on Instinct's lurk. And UST pick up a pistol that OC pretty desperately needed at this point. I mean, unless they pull off some magic with this eco round, it's going to be double digits and a long way to go before a comeback is even possible.
Another aggressive play attempted here by UST, and they will still hold. The wall goes down. It still managed to be sprayed, but Sake gets across it. Nevertheless, jumps their way through as OC spam bullet after bullet. The rotates should be here plenty in time, though. There's 4 players on this side of the map. Instinct has made his way into the back line again.
He's here again. They didn't know last time, right? Like, there's actually no information that Instinct has ever gotten to this position. Unfortunate timing there. And now they'll be much more aware of it. At least Glyph can pick up a Bulldog. Can you find a timing? He's just stomping around, too.
These have been the weirdest, like,
swing.
ships in the night moment that we've gotten in these past 2 rounds, but so far it's looking good for OC. How many guns can they actually recover, though? It doesn't seem like their weaponry is really improved. It will for Glyph, though. That's kind of big.
Yo, it gets away like a bandit. Oh,
How'd he
into
dodge
the
that?
smoke. Hey, free gun. All right, I'm out.
Yeah.
Vandal, too. The most potent weapon he could have grabbed in a
Dude,
very
Glyph's
cheeky
timing is
position for him.
insane.
They have no clue that Glyph is there.
Tiger's got an idea. Oh my god, he went to just the perfect time! How?
Now it's the
That's 4 for
1v1.
Glyph. What a
Tiger's lower. Ooh, okay. Trying to go for the gun upgrade. Needs a headshot here to secure anything.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And,
I can't.
you know, let's just wrap it up.
How?
He undoubtedly has this easy peasy to flip the second round on its head.
Every one of the OC players is covered in baby oil and camouflage. UST, I'm not sure they saw a single player that round. Instinct made his way all the way to defender spawn practically again, completely unseen. Glyph not only manages to play ringer or plays ringer on the Rosie at the end, but Glyph is slipping in and out of the defender spawn just repeatedly and somehow manages to dodge. I think he got away from Tiger like 3 times that he should have been spotted. And just like off pure timing alone, the instinct on these players is insane.
Glyph, that very much felt like one of those ridiculous D&D moments where you try something really weird and you just roll an at 20 and the GM rolls all ones. It's like, okay, this shouldn't have worked, but I'm glad it did.
Okay.
Instinct, on the other hand, yeah, he's just going to hit all his regular attack rolls. That's some easy XP there for him. And this is going to be a pretty easy round for OC.
Yeah, worth noting, UST didn't really have much in the bank, considering that we didn't really address it. That was not a round that OC were supposed to win. That was Eco.
Yeah, I mean, that's just Glyph, man.
That Vandal got in his hands. It was kind of game over.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I was arguably over when the Bulldog was in his hands. He just chucked it to the side, too. And coincidentally got himself the Vandal. I mean, any damage here would be nice for Jakey or Nate, but no way they're gonna accomplish much of anything. And in fact, they don't accomplish anything. Flawless for OC Esports. They're starting to pad their pockets.
Yeah, big for their economy. They didn't get to take much out of that econ win, so now getting actual money on the board is going to be really great for their future in terms of just how much longevity they actually have in this match, because they have a lot more rounds to win. They were behind significantly at the start of this half, but they've given themselves every opportunity to make the comeback happen. UST, this is probably the best chance you have to stop it, right? The run it back, a fantastic tool for this retake. Cosmic Divide.
Order play aggressive, right? You know, OC's going for a lot of A main control. If you spot anyone over here, just Jakey just pop the run it back from that corner and have Tiger cover him. I think so. Here he goes. And everybody's out of there. Dude, they hear the run it back. They don't want that smoke. They don't want to deal with him. But Jakey will still put one in the back of Saint's head.
I feel like he runs a little faster than everybody else somehow, and I'm not sure how that works. But he seems, whenever they run away from Jakey, they never get away. And this was a theme yesterday, too. Fighting Jakey is usually the better option.
Bro, he got his sneakers on, dude. He's ready to run.
Exactly.
80s Wheaties this morning.
Put this man on a cereal box. All right, rotate from OC over to the other side. Beautiful bit of information from Seikyu. I mean, this is as telltale as it comes. An immediate rotate from Tiger on the defense, as well as Joinho trying to lock it down. The timing almost found here by Instinct, but the longer range is difficult to connect with, and Nate's just going to give it right back to him. A little bit of depressing death for Instinct, but his teammates will clean up in his favor. The attack on Beastite still successful.
Plant will go down 3v3. Less now, and Tiger was spotted. Tiger's just locked into that corner. There's no way you win that gunfight. Not without a flash.
And Glyph has had just an incredible couple of rounds. Take a look at the KDA. We've been upping Jakey, which, to be fair, to do it on an entry is arguably more impressive at 19 and 13. But Glyph, 20 and 12, has been instrumental to any bit of success that OC has had thus far. We do worry a little bit, though, when it's on the back of a player like that. For 5 maps, it's a lot to ask, so OC still putting up a decent performance. Need more on the stacking side, though. 7 to 9. The comeback is not complete yet.
Goodbye. Yeah, that's right there. You're just toasted there. Nothing you can do.
Ooh,
Nice
speaking
shot
of
from
toasted.
Tiger. That's not bad. Not a recoverable rifle, but oh well. Spike pretty far away right now. If things start getting hairy toward the site, I worry a little bit for OC. And, you know, there goes Instinct. Glyph now has to try and come over and try to pick up this rifle, keep it out of their hands, and will manage to do so. Position revealed by the Seekers. Okay, OC have made it to the site. I got bad news for you guys. The spike is a little far away. And Saint now sprinting back to try and recover it. And just glad that nobody's here, but look how quickly...
walk, though.
This gives so much time for UST to get onto this site.
What a ugly, gross, disgusting round this has become. This is... Oh, God. Joinho catches out a Yunel who's, like, calmly waiting for his teammate to get back. You know, like, the SpongeBob, like, the wee-woo thing? He's sitting there in the corner just like, there's somebody here. He's just praying for Saint to come back. Oh, boy. Now the site littered with players, or at least as far as Saint knows, it's littered with players. UST have actually left.
Glyph
Like, right back. Glyph.
clearing
Oh,
every
God.
single angle. God, these smokes are so weird, too. So many cheeky angles you can play in.
If I'm Saint, Glyph is the person I want with me right now. Let's be fair with ourselves. If anybody's going to pull this off, this Astra seems well-tuned for it. Take you around the corner. Glyph thinking about the swing, but Tiger gives him a delectable little shot to the forehead.
I think across our 4 maps yesterday, UST only won a single thrifty. There's one in the books for him already to get him up to double digits.
Dude. Yeah, they have not stopped any time. In fact, both these teams seem pretty lethal on them. Which I think makes us also have to call into question the stability of the rifle rounds from each of these teams.
Sure.
It's a two-man operation, winning an eco round. Both you and the enemy team have got to do something. But man, the positions that these teams have ended up in have been...
I feel like this attacking side from OC is sort of just the epitome of what Jakey was talking about in that interview, right? Where it's really hard to call against collegiate teams sometimes.
It's just a weird game, dude.
The weirdest stuff happens. Like, there's no way you're going to expect instinct in your spawn 30 seconds into the round. There's no way you expect Glyph to absolutely duck under all of your sight lines and smokes.
Much more passive from OC. This time holding on to the spike, though. Better for worse. Complete control's been given over as well. USG don't really want to contest it too heavily. But they know that there's players here now, and you can see the scramble in the defender spawn of 5 players deciding where to go, and no decision's really been made yet.
2 players spotted by Art on A. So OC are going to try and pivot toward B. Glyph trying to sneak around these jump peaks. Sake knows he's there now, especially as that smoke goes up. Glyph has put a perfect position for it, though, and swings himself onto Jakey. They haven't actually gotten rid of Sake yet. Okay, eventually he'll get spotted by a recon dart and flushed out of that position. Entry does overheat a little bit. I think that's a bit far there. Oh, what a swing, but no! Glyph, for the first time, an uncharacteristic whiff from him allows the rest to go through fully for Jakey.
Now with the players more numerous than they were before, the flash is out. Everybody's blind, but Saint does eventually lose the position. Jakey with another as he entries relentlessly onto the side. It's instinct through the wall. Tiger just beams him. X-ray vision was activated for all of a millisecond, but it was all he needed.
Loved that. Loved that from Tiger and Jakey at the very end there. When that cyber cage goes up, you take a second, you're like, oh, we don't know where he is in this cyber cage, in this smoke. But wait, he's not swinging out of it. He knows we're both there. He's going to be hiding behind the pillar, which is spammable. Let's just both shoot it and turn him into Swiss cheese. Fantastic stuff from UST. And a little bit, again, that overheating from OC. 2 players swinging past the site into that very defensively controlled corridor back by their spawn. I think that was a bit ambitious for OC Esports. They're going to regret that.
Score now 7-11. UST are really making this difficult. OC looked good for a comeback for a while, but that economy is thin. Entry making their odds look a little bit better as the Sake goes down. And that's huge, right? No smokes on a retake would be deadly, so UST have to try and hold strong here. They're going to use the run it back to do so, but Entry remains strong.
Run it back does give a little space to Tiger to trade. But a great aftershock. Love the awareness from Saint there. Punishes the run it back at the perfect time. Keep in mind, when you use the run it back, you lose all your shields, so only 100 health. Easy to punish that. Lockdown going through, though. And it doesn't seem like OC are interested in contesting it or destroying it. They do have Glyph tucked all the way back. And a nice pull as well.
Against an operator, this is a risky call. Glyph is the big man on the job. Drops down. It's an easy reset. Joinho only able to get 1 in that scenario. And OC bring it that little bit closer. But like I said, Paul, they're running out of rounds to play with.
couple of guns can be tossed here by Tiger. But I wonder how heavily UST will dare to invest into this round when they are struggling for their economy. It seems like it's just going to be a light buy, so they'll make sure that they can buy next and deal as much damage as they can to OC Esports. This B side has become a problem for UST, so I'm glad to see Jakey and Tiger investing for a more forward position early in the round, trying to fight and force OC Esports to do a little bit more. I don't know if that lineup's quite working, Instinct. I think that's twice that it whiffed a bit. Ooh, that's not great. Now Jakey's exposed to a bloodbath by B.
Cage triggered.
It should result in a pretty quick take. No flank inbound either. I mean, Nate's sending out a pipe dream right now.
You mean you don't believe in the Nate Sheriff 1v5?
I know Glyph almost did it earlier, so I'm not gonna like super doubt, but okay, I'm definitely exposed.
Well, they pulled themselves out to swing. What?
with a shorty, no less.
Sure, why not? I think that was literally Glyph just trolling Saint, who wanted to sit in the corner. I think Saint wanted to sit in that corner with the shorty, and Glyph was like, "Watch this, it'll be funny."
I should probably play some stats.
How do they know how to have fun in a stressful scenario? Because I'm just stressed for
Well,
OC right now. Ooh. I've loved UST's timeouts. Honestly, between the series yesterday and the series today, they've been well-timed. They've been using them liberally before things get bad. Again, big fan of this, especially with the ultimates being up on the board. This gives them plenty of time to plan.
Seekers and Cosmic Divide. Phenomenal retake tools, but these retakes haven't really been landing for UST, especially toward B. And after they just invested so heavily to try and like hold that forward area on B before actual B long, right? You gotta wonder what the adaptation for UST is going to be, pardon the pun, so that they can hold the B site.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of pings go down on B right now from OC, so they don't seem like they're stopping anytime soon.
They got Cosmic Divide. They're gonna roll
I was gonna say
back
the
here.
ults here are crazy. Hunter's Fury as well to lock it down from all the way down long.
Truly.
You know that there's not going to be an operator on the other side as well, just because of the money pit that UST are in. This is a phenomenal position to be in. If you get that spike down long with an operator and Hunter's Fury, post plant is not a real thing for UST.
Pretty passive setup too. I mean,
Oh, and
just
they're
gonna leave
it's going to be
Nate on an
retake city
island.
for them, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Nate's gonna try and use some nano swarms off of the information you can get from the alarm bot to stall a plant, give a more favorable retake to UST, but I don't really think he's gonna be able to accomplish too much here.
Then comes the take, and unsurprisingly, Nate just backs away. Has to hold space. They know they're not coming in through mid. There is an extremely late lurk from a Cypher on the other side of the map that we may be talking about in the next 45 seconds, though.
It's all about just stalling for that lurk to come through. Instinct does have to go pretty slow to start, and the Seekers, Cosmic Divide, both already out. The defuse starting. Stun, no pull yet. The pull doesn't come through ever. Half stuck already before anything goes out. Hunter's Fury just gonna soften Nate a little bit. There's the pull finally, and Instinct on the lurk. Chews through a couple. After Shock making this difficult, it's a mess on the site, but Entry cleans it up. Nice and tidy.
How much time was on that defuse? Oh
Not
my
much.
god, that was close. Instinct did the full lap around Pearl and barely got there, man. Oh my god, you cannot write some of these rounds. It has been the weirdest game of Valorant I've seen in a hot minute. And both teams are earning their keep. 10 to 11 now. Money looking low for UST. OC rolling in it.
Look at UST's adaptation. They've tried everything on B, man. They've tried retakes. They've tried aggressive pushes. All right, fine. We'll stack 4 players on this side of the map.
I mean, they're
That's
using...
what you want. You'll get a fight, OC. It'd be a better fight if they had guns, but, you know.
Cashing in their one and done on Jakey here. Down. That's Jakey in a forward position with the most expensive rifle on the team as well. Jake, this is going to draw a lot of attention away. They check it, and Jakey, oh, not as comfortable on the Guardian. Let me tell you what. Another shot from Nate, though, is what you need. Forcing the swing with the breach utility is going to bring Joinho down. Now it's Seikyu and Tiger against the remaining 3 members from OC here. A little bit slow to rotate, though, our UST. They're not fully buying this right now. I'm here for it.
Eventually they do.
Oh, dude, Tiger's really thinking about it. Tiger is.
Thinking
You can
about-
see the
He's
gears
worried about
turning.
Instinct. Instinct has been such a nuisance lurking on all these rounds.
And
whether
now
it's
they
through mid
definitely
or
know.
through A. Yeah, I mean, no plant. That gives away that the rotate's coming through, right? Really nice stun. I mean, might as well go for the attempt there. Stun doesn't hurt the first bullet. Still accurate, technically. Just harder to aim.
SOQ versus 3 is a tall ask for an Astra.
I mean, that smoke
Smoke's a-
should... Oh, okay. Fake smoke. That's a bit tricky. Flash at the ready. Doesn't quite catch him, but I mean, this angle's impossible. Yeah. Instinct is always going to pick that up.
11s, though, Paul. We got a tied game.
Make a wish, Dora. I'm just wishing for 4 more maps of this.
Oh, my God, man. It only gets better from here. OC have run the gambit. An 8-4 half on their defending side. It was atrocious at times. But OC have really let the guns go in OC.
This is the last chance for UST, too.
Exactly.
There's no money should they lose this round. They will desperately force into an OC map point situation on UST's first map pick. Really the only map in this series that they can feel confident about. Aside from maybe split later on. Yeah, that's not going to work out. Nobody's there to... Oh, okay. Actually, somehow still gets one, even though spotted on top of the wall. I think that's a little bit of a comms error there. Somebody surely should have been watching for that. OC trying their hand at the other side. They haven't been to A in a while on actual gun rounds. And it's hard to clear with all these smokes. The timing's tricky, but Sake, just his barrel dips into the smoke, and that's enough for entry to make room for a plant.
Dre's done a fantastic job in this scenario. Nate almost catches the timing, but Instinct, all too familiar with the position, locks it up. OC are toppling members of UST one at a time. It's just Tiger left, but let's be real, Paul. This one on the open plant as well.
There's no way Tiger expects the lurk, even if he somehow beats both entry and, you know, on a perfect
Is he going to
swing.
get knifed? Is he going to get knifed? Oh, God. Okay, it could have been worse.
Instinct thought it. He realized afterwards he should have knifed him.
Yeah.
But either way, OC, what an amazing recovery as they're now on map point.
I feel like if you get knifed there, you lose the series on tilt alone. Like, oh, my. Yeah, that would have been a rough way to go. Now, though, one shot, one more chance. It's light armor and rifles at best for the members of UST. Their best opportunity was in the last round. This is their map pick, mind you. OC would love to bring it to them here and make the series that much more stressful for UST. With one ult available to either side, it makes things all the more interesting.
No run it back for Jakey either. Those run it backs have been silent on this defense.
I mean, they've got the tools
Jakey
to pick
not
up a lot of
silent.
things. If they can
There
get
it
to
is.
the ult orbs, but they're not.
Rolling Thunder at the ready. That'll clear the site. How deep does it go, though? It doesn't actually get any stuns. So this position toward Art is actually still pretty lethal. Nate and Sake hanging around here. That flash doesn't quite perfectly land on Nate either. Entry just face-checking Jakey in the run it back. Survives that somehow. And Jakey Joinho now in a 2v2. Timing. You know, trying to bait him out. Knows Jakey's hanging around. Joinho pressuring his back. Needs to hit something, and he ran out of bullets. We go to OT on map 1.
And Jake's giving it to us on a silver platter, man. You could not ask for more than what these two teams are giving us. All the way, the whole distance. We got 30 rounds yesterday of a singular map. Today we may top that. At this rate, with these two teams, seems decently likely enough.
One of the first matches I ever casted in Collegiate Valorant, all the way back in fall of 2020, was a 26-24.
I do.
So
remember
yeah,
it
I think
vividly.
we need to buckle in. If this is map 1, maybe we get 2 rounds here, but this is gonna be a very tasty series for sure. Oh my, OC back to the defense now. Reminder, the B site has really been the problem for both of the defending teams. Covering that has been a nightmare. Opt for entry to try and control that long sight line. And with OC, again, putting pressure on A main. They did this a lot on their actual defense, on their full defense, the first half. It goes pretty well. They anticipate the wrap through Art too. So much utility to stall UST.
Just waiting for the right time. Heard that UST are walking into a firing range here. This is borderline suicidal. Saint takes down one, Instinct another.
Down A.
Will get traded out, but the position no longer decent for UST. They struggle to advance forward.
I got the spike.
2v4. Oh, they're going for the bold wrap here. Nate making an audible call. No, not pushing their luck. Or are they? Nate, you have the spike. You do have to be careful here if Tiger's not going to join you.
One enemy remaining.
And Yanel gets him. That's the spike drops. Tiger revealed as well. Gonna get boxed into the sewers here. Gotta keep his head on a swivel. Look how
30
nervous
seconds
he
left.
is. And only 30 seconds remain.
And he gets shot down by Entry with that operator that held down B. The problem site ignored by OC. Look, normally, you have some players around mid. You spread out a little bit more across the map. That was the positions of UST. Borderline gamble stack. Borderline gamble stack on A with how locked in they were around that site. There was some presence towards mid, but it was very quickly given away. And the way that they absorbed that UST pressure, that quick way that we know they like to play. And I mean, when the rubber hits the road, they will go to in times of need like this. OC read it perfectly. And
I'm a
now
little bit
they look to
surprised.
offer up a much more patient attacking side of their own.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised OC aren't just sending it to the B site.
I am pleasantly.
I do. Yeah,
Nice.
I think it's a good call because there was a chance that UST just like hard stack B based off the information they got from their defending half. So I like this slower roll, but a heavy investment. Contact play onto the B site right now. It's just a slow stroll. They know that jump peak too. Glyph is like, guys, Sake always jump peaks that angle. We gotta watch for it. Not this time around. Just nobody there.
Oh, they
the
found
flash
him.
does get information.
Wow.
It is a flash. It's not hard information. You just know somebody's there, but that's enough to spook OC. They have to go for the take now. Again, nobody really here right now. It's just a question of where and when
hot
does
hands.
Jakey try to swing the hot hands. Oh, so well done. Sound cues used perfectly there by Jakey.
He's got like 4D sound in his ears right now. How he located echolocation is the new character ability. I'll tell you what. Entry now looking for more though. As OC, they have the spike down, but it's tentative at
Jakey.
best. UST need this round to win, and
got
Jakey's
ult!
gonna be the man to deliver it to him. He's got another run it back, and we know how this goes, Paul. Glyph?
Oh,
Oh, he's giving him a chance. It's going to take more than that, though, if you want to beat down UST. The defuse successful, and we're going to a second set of overtime rounds.
Jakey refuses to let this map end. 27 and 21. Meanwhile, on the other side, by the way, Glyph had dropped 30 before we even got to overtime. So this is insane what these players are putting on as a show for us right now. What an absurd start to this map. Or to this series, rather.
The two players have been so far and above their teammates is the insane part. Like, you can't even argue which one's doing better either, because Jakey's on an entry frag. Like, the numbers are a fake thing. You expect negative KDA on this guy, but no. I mean, insane. Absolutely insane. We're back to that same setup, though. The Jet holding down long. Entry wants one shot on the Jakey, but he can't find it. If you could take away that tip of the spear, you take away all the firepower USG's got for him, and he can't. Jakey's just better.
Dude, the man has never seen a gunfight he believes he'll lose. Who swings that? What a maniac. And then Xiaoinho on top of the wall again.
Spike
OC
planted.
not clearing that. A 3v5. Or else UST will take the lead in overtime. And just nothing to work with. A flash. A fault line. That's it. And the fault line goes and hits nobody. At least a nice timing to get rid of Jakey, who was hanging around on the site. But still 4 players to try and dig out of these positions in long. And not much util to do so. A nice swing there. Tiger teeing himself up. He's the sacrifice so that everything else will go perfect for UST.
And Jakey goes down, but not without having one of the most impactful frags we've seen this entire map. An
What? Just
insane
insane.
kill on entry.
Just unbelievable. And then he sticks around too. I love that. And that's what you were talking about, right? Where like, yeah, maybe he's got a lot of deaths. Maybe he doesn't have as many kills as Glyph technically. But the dude knows what his role is. He knows that his job there is not, okay, I got us onto the site. I just clocked the operator. I don't need to do anything else.
You can retire.
Other than stall. Yeah, honestly, could have just parked up in a lawn chair on the site there, dude.
All right,
Now
early pressure here.
They have to make this work, their attacking side, if they want to try and steal away UST's first map.
Oh, but they're running into the stack, dude. This is exactly what we saw earlier. 4 players on this A site, and maybe OC have sniffed it out. Maybe they can smell something cooking on that side of the map, and they decided they wanted nothing of it. UST are going to abscond as well, spread themselves out a little bit more across said map.
The first flash from Tiger, the scouting one, over toward B. Because OC poked their heads at A, it doesn't hit anything.
He's got a bird in 3 seconds.
Be back up in 3 seconds.
It's tight. He's throwing it out immediately. Does it catch him? It does. That's information given away. That should be rotates. Did it get him?
It's a little
it might not have found him. Oh my god.
Either way, you know Instinct's going to be hanging around on the lurk. Much later rotates for UST this time. They're not going to be able to have that same bloodbath to stop OC this time around. And a Rolling Thunder. Last time OC went for plays like this, they overheated, but a Rolling Thunder gives them much better odds to push into the spawn. Instinct's flank dealt with, so at least UST only have to fight a war on one front now. Look how far forward OC are playing. Entry. Not good for one. I thought he had that, but what a fight from Xiaoinho. Yinel's doing great, though, and Glyph's got him covered on the other side. The 50-50. Borderline impossible for Sake to win right now. Wow, really well played. Caught by the stun, manages to get away. But just not enough time, even if he wins both these gunfights. I mean, he took one. So fair enough. But the spike goes off all the same, and we continue our stay on Pearl.
Oh my god, we're in for another 30 pull. We cannot catch a break, but I cannot complain one bit. These two teams have given us an absolute slobber knocker, and it's not stopping anytime soon.
I'm only complaining because I only had half a water bottle to start this map because I misjudged our time to start. So I've been out of water for like 10 rounds, but it's worth it. I'm so invested.
You can tell both teams are firing on all cylinders, too. Some incredibly smart decisions are being made. A lot of times we see pop-offs mechanically in situations like these. You can tell the IGLs have really studied up, and their brains are, I mean, steaming at this point.
Right here.
Yinel knows, too. This is a great owl drone. Gonna get so much information. 2-3 players spotted with the Trailblazer. Excellent stun. One is returned, but Jakey caught on the other angle, and what a gravity well. Oh, Glyph, if he's not showing up in the kill feed, he's showing up in the assists. Phenomenal stop to any momentum UST had. Nate getting one on entry. Another on instinct. Hello? Nate and Tiger, they took over a couple rounds yesterday. Saint's so low, too.
Yeah, the lurk from Glyph.
Nerves maybe getting the better of Nate there. Now 48 HP on Tiger. It doesn't feel possible.
Yeah, no, stuck in the corner. This round's definitely going to OC. I think UST would be wise to use it to plan for next round at the very least. A little low health bars on Saint Yinel, but no. Down they go. Onus on UST. And we've seen everything now. We've seen the B takes in overtime. We've seen the A takes attempted in overtime. But honestly, as much as B has been a problem for some of these teams on defense, I'm starting to think A is becoming that with how much heavy focus has been sent that way, with how quick teams' trigger fingers have been to rotate that direction. That's at least where I'm leaning. But God knows what UST are going to choose here. This is really where you kind of show your mettle, where you decide. And I do fear for UST that if they try to pull that card again, where they try to play fast and quick, where they try to play true to what is kind of their style, it'll be a little too easy for OC to read.
And B is still a problem that UST have not solved on their defense. I don't think they've won more than a single attempt at the B site for a retake or a hard stop or anything. It was a slaughter last time. I love the timeout from UST. OC, interestingly enough, still haven't taken any timeouts this map.
It's just gas, man. That's all it is. Pedal through the floor. I mean, they've been fairly patient in terms of gameplay, but they just want to keep the momentum going. Heading into the next round, we're getting stars set up.
We're 29 rounds in, 36 kills for Glyph.
And number just keeps going up, which I suppose it doesn't ever go down.
I mean that would be how it works, Tor.
Okay, let's figure out this round.
I'd be concerned if it went down.
Choice from OC to default, something they do pretty much every time when things get tight. They love to play it slow in situations like these, try and catch UST out, see if they can find one of those little lurks from Instinct, or if they can get another way in through the map. UST, though, feeling strong, not leaning either direction, surprisingly enough.
Info about where the stars are at the very least, but nothing tangible. Okay, I think the first player was actually just spotted. Nate, yeah, taking a tag out of entry there. Ooh, fishing for more. The fish are pretty big over there. I don't know if you want to get bit by those, Nate. Managed to survive it, though. And I mean, considering that happened at a minute remaining, that's actually pretty great for UST. OC Esports a little bit nervous about actually attempting A now. With entry so low, he's going to try and reposition and escort Yinel through Art. No one to really create space on the site.
They haven't dealt with the defensive util either. That turret's going to catch out the players in Art, which are going to be cut off by the Sage. So it's basically 3-on-2 on a site locked down by this Astra and the Killjoy. They're going to struggle to get any control here.
Oh, and Saint getting spammed. Oh, he doesn't die, but he does get forced off the spike plant. A camera spotting him again. Saint denied. Guys, you got to clear Saint out of that corner. And by the time he finally falls, there's only 10 seconds left and the spike's stuck on site. Somebody just has to grab it and go for the plant immediately. Is there any utility to get entry off of it? Hot hands, but it's too late. A lot of damage done, though. And Jakey cleaning up alongside Joinho. More and more Pearl for us.
Oh, the time. I mean, it was only 50 seconds you highlighted, but the fact that they got spotted out then and there was so much. The fact that they hadn't yet dealt with the Killjoy utility, the turret was still up guarding Art. The fact that the players got the rotate in to cut off Art, and then all of a sudden, OC's trying to both plant the spike and push out Connector at the same exact time, and they just overloaded themselves. It was too much to do at one time. They couldn't put their focus on a singular thing, and it hung that spike planter out to dry not once, but twice.
I'm still just blown away that this is map 1. I'm blown away, dude. Holy moly. All right. What's up next, UST? Changing it up a bit. Full mid pressure. Likely converting into an Art push. Something that UST has done before. Owl Drone will spot 1, and I believe, yeah, Jakey does get tagged there. A nice smoke. UST with a lot of pressure, and it has actually pulled quite a few rotates. Look, there's 4 players that are going to be stacked over toward the A site, and UST are trying to transition through the middle of the map. Head the other direction. It takes them quite a bit of time, though. Do they actually commit to this?
Oh, they turn the other way. It's a double fake.
Saint's ready for it.
Yeah, Saint is
loaded.
loaded.
Info for him, though. Somebody's got to be watching. Now Yinel is.
There's 3 players surrounding this position. This is actually really tricky. There's not any Killjoy util, which is...
A dry swing.
Yeah.
And Jakey wins it. So many players out there. Saint at least good for 2. That's a good trade back that keeps UST tempered.
I think positionally this is great for OC on defense. You've got an operator still set up. You've got strong control of the middle of the map. You have the rotate through your spawn ready.
30 seconds left.
Oh, it's Glyph on an island, though. Buying time for him to get here is going to be impossible.
Entry has to hit whatever the first shot is. Do you dare plant? Yeah, it's an unorthodox plant spot. One that can't be spammed by a corner UST. No, they can't clear. Beautiful swing from Entry. Picking up Nate as he tries to abscond. Tiger's still tucked into this corner. Knows there's an op on the other side of the wall. How hard can he hold this line? Cage 3. Ooh, the timing! Nobody clears Tiger! Instinct so low, he's trying to chase Sake, but he can't get him before he goes around the corner. Sake, are there any stars left? 1, but he knows Instinct's not on the spike. Still plenty of time going for a half stick, and that's when Sake will strike.
And it's UST up another a deadly round from them.
Match point.
It almost went bad. It looked good for OC for all of a moment. Swap sides again. OC this time, the ones with pressure on them. It's been UST for the past couple rounds. Jakey bailing them out time and time again.
That cyber cage doesn't get far enough. If it gets all the way up the stairs, I think entry's actually safe on top of the cafe. Unfortunate situation for OC. And again, no timeout.
Recovering it.
Just keeping with the flow.
That's a great bit of
that got
information.
info.
It did. Oh,
There we
instinct
go.
alert though.
Finally,
Joinio getting
someone.
too custy with the walls.
Finally, someone on OC will punish Joinio for that play. Great information out of the Trailblazer, though. Instinct, he can't quite take the hat off. Maybe he'll be able to squeak under the door then.
OC poised outside of B, though. No rotates in sight for UST. They've been sliced in half down the map, but Jakey still alive means there's a chance.
Jakey dealing with Instinct, too. That's huge for UST. So much pressure relieved. They don't have to worry about the lurk. They don't have to worry about the position they lost toward
There's
the middle
no
of the
map control for OC.
And what do? Run all the way back across the map? You still have to get through the nanoswarms, through Nate?
They left Glyph. They left... This is going to be a crazy late lurk. Look at how long Glyph's going to stand over towards B.
And these flashes have to be used so early.
30 seconds.
He
OC,
can
they
give
know
the
they have
info
no
for when
time
the
to
rotate
waste.
comes in as well. That's so much info Glyph just got by just sitting there. But they also know that the
is it
players
worth
rotated
anything?
away from B. Is it worth anything? They know they're running into a stack. The information is that you're running into a trap, guys. What?
Spike down A.
Only 10 seconds left for OC to try and steal away Pearl. I don't think it's going to happen.
Last player
Glyph, hold on his timing. No, the spike doesn't get planted. No way for Glyph to salvage this situation. And UST,
Defenders
after 32 rounds, get their Pearl.
Oh my goodness, Paul. This is just map number 1. UST.
was
My
map one!
God. They know what it's like to play in these long games. They know what it's like to have to go the distance. They learned it yesterday. And it works beautifully for them. A hard-fought map, but they win their map pick, almost most notably.
The fire for both of these teams. Yeah, they both already qualified to nationals, but that's not enough. One of them will be crowned as our new reigning kings of CVAL South. After what is undoubtedly going to be a long series here, Dor, the first map took well over an hour, and we still got at least 2 more, hopefully 4, to go. We're going to go to a quick break, and during this break, let's hear from Jakey, or no, not Jakey, Spaz over on Blinn. This is more lopsided than that. Spaz, don't you dare. Don't you dare deny Tam.
So I was still in my senior year of high school, and like during that time, I was on a team called Lenny Time, and we had like pretty good results at the start. So he told me he just started asking up a bunch of random tier 2 players all around, and fortunately, I was one of them. I did have other offers, yeah, but I'm originally from Houston, so like the location of Blinn is in College Station, so that's like an hour down the road basically. So I'm very close to family, and that's kind of what kept me here. How 3 of our players, they made smokes. Like me, I'm one of the smokes players, but I'd say right now as a player, I'm pretty like adaptable to like anything, so I kind of just fill in the gaps and I let everyone else play whatever they want. At the start, it was really hard to determine like which roles everyone would be playing and like who's claimed like the leader. So for this past semester, that was my role. I was more like the in quotes captain. I took up that responsibility and kind of gave the roles to everyone else. What I actually think is funny we still have our 3 smokes players actually, but we added Teague and Bruce, or Say. Teague was my old teammate on Lenny Time. We'll give you a little insight into our future. I've like stepped down a bit and like the more like leading calling role, and Teague has kind of picked that up, but we kind of like bounce back and forth a bit. So I'd say he helps a lot in that aspect. Say, on the other hand, is we actually didn't have a duelist player, so he is our newfound duelist player that we definitely needed. So I think we can see some big things come out from both of them. But yeah, that's the team I'm most looking forward to as well, facing Northwood this year. I definitely want to take that crown from them.
As they cement themselves as our top Texas team.
I swear to God, y'all better not be doubting us. We'll show you what's up.
Hope you brought your orange slices because you need all the sugar you can get coming into this series. We got a long ways to go. That was only map number 1, and 32 rounds later, UST is up a singular point for all that effort. But by God, it might be the most important one of the series. It's a map win on their map pick, which is hypercritical in a series where OC got 2 map bans.
Yeah, I saw Jakey on Twitter after the map pick and ban was tweeting like, "Oh, they got rid of our best 2 maps, guys. I'm not feeling good about this." But still, UST with a solid first map win. That doesn't necessarily make the series easier, especially considering how labored it was for them to get this win. I mean, 2 map bans is just so good for OC, but Pearl was an absolute must in the longevity of this series, and labored though it was, UST deliver.
Yeah, they get there with the help of God knows how many run it backs from Jakey as well.
We lost track after the attacking half.
I just
because
stopped
it got like a little bit quieter, and then he got 1 or 2 in overtime. So like,
yeah, that guy just is a machine. No signs of stopping. Same thing goes for Glyph on the other side though, who is proven to be a bit of a problem. Entry was also turning up a lot towards the end of that game, which makes me a little bit more concerned for UST's odds heading into the next map. We've got Haven on deck, Paul, and I think it's going to be more of the same, to be completely honest. I mean, the two, look, you've got longs that are covered by operators, jet operator play, hopefully not Jakey shifting away from the jet. Or not.
Yeah.
At times like this, I definitely want to see him lock that back in from, as opposed to yesterday when they kind of tried to shift them off the roll. But who knows, man? UST are a team that have been kind of known thus far to stick to their guns, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see him bring it back out.
I definitely don't think that we're going to be seeing the same off rolls from yesterday, and that will make for a competitive map. That being said, even with Jakey on the jet, last time these 2 teams played, it was a 13-9 in favor of OC Esports. Haven hasn't really been a very successful map for UST in general, so a very sensible pick here from OC, and a map where they should be able to very comfortably answer back. It's a good map for them rolls wise as well, if I'm not mistaken. You know, you keep Saint on the breach very easily. Entry on the jet, not going to struggle there either. And
yeah.
that operator definitely going to come more into play. And I love that you bring up the operator, because there were a couple of maps in the previous series between these 2 teams where Jakey is very much that aggressive jet, that in-your-face jet. He's not picking up the op very often, even when he plays jet, which it looks like he's not. More experimentation from UST in their Haven comp. We'll see if this goes a little bit better. But the last time we were on Haven between these 2 teams, there were Entry kind of destroyed them with the operator. He got, I believe it was 6 or 7 op kills in like a 20-round game. That's pretty good.
Okay, complete shift from yesterday, though, from USC. Yesterday, they tried to put Jakey on the Sova, and, like, they put in the jet, but now they're saying, screw it. We're going to play to our strengths. Yes, Jakey isn't an opping jet, which is reasonable. It's one thing to IGL and Entry at the same time. IGLing and operating is just, don't need to worry about it. Thinking while you need to be hyper-focusing on aiming, not something you should be worried about. But João's raise, while not necessarily the most optimal thing for the map, they do bring the fade with it, though. That'll be a combo we can maybe see a little bit of later. It is really deadly, and while the pick is a little bit more unorthodox, I think it still brings a lot of deadliness to the table. João has proven a beast on this pick.
This comp just stings A and Garage control. Right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely monstrous for A control when USC eventually go on the defending side. They'll be starting off on the attack and starting out with a 3 lane. I actually think this is really smart for their potential specifically. That way they can condition OC to be a little bit more wary of the C side. Look how OC on their defense are already like, all right, guys, they're gonna go A. Surely with this comp, they're gonna go A. Just left one player, just Glyph, over, not even on C, just hanging around with a single trap wire and a camera on B instead.
Find you.
I mean, they're okay playing retake. It's something they've done before. We actually didn't see that many successful retakes in the last map. For all the talking that we were doing about it, there were very few. But now it's
Spike planted.
OC up to the task of at least getting there.
Full 5v5 as OC try to re-enter. Keep in mind, those colors are flipped right now. We'll get that sorted. Nice paranoia. You got to actually click them. Okay, there you go, Yanel. It takes quite a bit of time, though, and Nate cleaving through almost all of them won't quite get his ace. 1v1. Sake versus Instinct. Only 41 health for Instinct, though, and he's running so low on time. I mean, gonna try and smoke himself off and half stick a defuse. Undoubtedly gonna get spam.
No way!
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
That's fine.
Everything's how it should be. Everything's normal, Paul.
That's fine.
Defuse doesn't go through. It will be every player down, though, and I mean, a lot of that thanks to Nate putting up some insane numbers. I talked about it. I mean, Nate had an okay performance on the Killjoy, but now that Nate's back on the Cypher, this is what I paid to see.
Nate Cypher was phenomenal yesterday. I really like how UST again. The names are swapped right now, folks. We'll get that sorted for you in our overhead on the top. I really like how UST heavily invests into their second rounds, right? Like, they've got 3 rifles for this round. It's a little bit dangerous if they get caught in a smoke, but a Boombot clears out Instinct without any issue whatsoever. Glyph gonna try to go for a timing. One nice shot. It helps. But it doesn't really give OC good odds.
I think they did get somebody with the raised fade combo. Wow,
Someone
that's a
check.
tilter for sure.
NPC? Question mark? That is not normally?
All right, 2v3, no guns retake. This isn't happening most of the time, so I'll talk if it does start happening. But other than that, UST, another extremely heavy investment into the second round here. We saw this from them last map, and last map, I mean, they paid the price for it. They,
That's
in
true.
every way, shape, and
Yeah.
form. This time, they get away with all 3 of those rifles. It's going to be pretty profitable for them come this bonus.
For sure. I mean, this is a gun round. This is basically a gun round, right? You have to respect this, at least for the first contact, because what's going to happen is, you know, whoever goes first is going to take the gunfight. If UST win their first gunfight, they get a rifle, and then they just trade things out. Or even if they trade on the first fight, they get a rifle, and then it's just 4v4 with rifles, right? So phenomenal stuff. Neural Theft already up as well for Nate, thanks to that insane performance he put on in the first round.
A lot of map control being taken over on the A side. If you look behind, you can see
interesting.
the Jet snuck up entries in there like swimwear. The rest of OC playing passively because they know the members aren't on that side of the map. Tentative garage control here for Glyph, but I don't think he wants much more of that smoke. Is going to back away at the sign of that breach. He talked about UST getting that garage control, this comp being so good for that, but OC just allowed them to have it.
Yeah, I think the timing there was a little bit off, honestly. UST probably should have waited for that smoke to expire over in C long. Play for a little bit more pressure. Instinct can very freely challenge that angle. Now, even though he's rotated off... excuse me? How does Glyph not get one there? Insane that Jakey manages to re-swing that and take him down. I don't think that Sake's position is actually known. What a flick, too. And Instinct eventually dealt with on the site. 2v2 the rifles, and you don't have to commit to C here. Oh, I think he heard him. Nate, I think he heard the updraft over. Yeah, entry spotted, and now stuck in the attacker spawn. But that locks UST into a C play.
It's the Invincibles on the side of UST up against 2 major fraggers for OC. They know the players are separated. Cypher will give them intel. The plant free. Post plant definitely not. Running down long as Yanel tries to scout them on the way out, and he does successfully do so. They know where Tiger is, but are they ready for the Cypher to be here as well?
Doesn't necessarily make it easier. Shock darts to try and force out some positions. The timing for that smoke and half defuse wasn't perfect.
Oh my god, Nate's running for garage. And Tiger's just trying to buy time, but they fully read into this.
A bold strategy from UST. But keep in mind, that was their bonus round. They broke armor on 2 and killed everybody else. That's good economic damage for UST. They'll have another shot to break OC's econ.
Here's see how they do it. We're starting to see that garage play begin to evolve from UST, but you also begin to see the little cracks in the armor from them, largely due to the fact that their composition is just never the same on this map. So taking that garage control, while it is straightforward with the composition and OC are respecting it, they're still kind of getting picked along the way because the little semantics haven't been sussed out, right? Nearly losing 2 players just exiting garage there is mistakes that you can't afford in a grand finals like this.
And you have to wonder, like, how long are UST going to force the issue over towards C as well? I respect the idea, considering that they were going for like such heavy C conditioning early on. I respect the idea to like try to go for the garage pivot, but timings don't really work out. And like you said, those little semantics, the smoke expiring, the angles were flashing. Hey guys, when are we going? When are we not?
What position you're in to even throw the flash? It's like, it's
Yeah,
little
exactly.
stuff, but when you're not playing the same comps consistently, that's what'll get you. Hard to scout, but also hard to predict yourself, I suppose. A tech pause here coming in, so neither team utilizing that. Even UST, this would be a pretty early pause to come
Yeah,
out.
hopefully we're gonna get this sorted soon here, folks. Waiting on word to see what the issue might be.
Somebody's mouse definitely doesn't.
I was about to say, hopefully it's just somebody's
it's
mouse
always a
died.
mouse
We've had that
dying.
so many times in collegiate. I do want to talk about this composition a little bit more for UST though, because I think OC are running what I pretty much would say is like the collegiate standard for Haven, right? I mean, it's hard to say like a full-blown collegiate standard, but I think this is one of the more common compositions, right? It's very straightforward, a very well-rounded comp. It gives you a lot of options. UST's comp, on the other hand, is more finicky, and honestly, it requires a lot of those coordinated plays, a lot of those set plays that UST, considering that this is the first time they're running it, I doubt that they have those perfect lineups for like the C's nades or the double satchel fault lines, right? Those take time and effort to purposefully get perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, this isn't to doubt that they've scrimmed the composition, but first time
Yeah,
in
I
an
mean, it's
official
not-
that we've seen
It's
it.
not egregious off rolls for any of them, right?
No.
Like, these are comfortable rolls for all of the players.
Speaking of roles, I thought it was interesting that Instinct and Glyph swapped. Because Instinct looked fantastic
Yeah.
on the Cypher. I guess,
It,
but
it must be who prefers the Omen or the Astra, right?
yeah.
No charges left.
Instinct has played a lot of Omen in his career in like the tier 2, tier 3 scene, if I'm not mistaken. So not terribly surprising.
This is a quick look at A, but with 4 players there, it's going to be tough.
I mean, OC have been
USC.
waiting for this A play for
yeah.
the first 3 rounds, right? Like, they've always started 3 or 4 players on this side of the map, expecting UST to come this direction. And look how much
Triple
info
sewer
Instinct
stack.
has.
Oh my god.
This is this map state is very good for OC right now.
UST just waiting down the timer. Choosing their opportunity. There it is. Everything's coming out. Here's the execute. UST flying into the side. Spotted every last one of them. Lit up like a Christmas tree. Jakey gets one. A second fires through. Trade left, right, and center. That flank from Instinct coming to fruition all too late. It's him versus 3 from UST as the dust settles.
And he has to break the cam. They know exactly where he is. Smoke him off, too. Paranoia at least available, but I mean, even if he gets Nate there, and Nate, spicy as ever with the spray downs. I really think that OC could have played a bit more aggressively there, right? When they were in the sort of mid game before their second rotations came back online for things like the Recon Dart or the Haunt, right? Before UST are going to go for their execute, I would have liked to have seen OC try to flush UST out of A long, try to force them back into Instinct, make use of the deep position he got on the other side of the map. But instead, Instinct just late to it, and now OC with no money in their pockets.
Here.
Just going for some ratty plays.
If USG survives with 5 here, this could be where we see the half really springboard in their favor. Entry by Joinho. It's a quick one in. Fatal pop. Joinho towards the back of sight. Full control for this team. It's Yanel with the bullet in the forehead. Joinho turns it into 2. Glyph falls. Joinho finally traded by Saint. No, Saint stuck there to twiddle his thumbs. The Jet miles away on the other side of the map as they approach a 2v4 with nothing but Sheriff and a Shorty.
Yeah, I mean, not much to be done here for OC. I think it was it's just funny watching UST juggle the spike around, trying to get it to Jakey so he can get the orb of the Rolling Thunder. Here, you take it. Whoops, wrong person. Here, you take it. Whoops, wrong person. Oh, okay. Not a bad shot from Saint. And I mean, this has bought time for Entry to get over here and actually pick up a Sheriff, too.
I mean, the
It's still early
entry
enough where
took
economic damage
forever.
matters. That pick matters
Yeah.
eventually. If OC can win this next gun round.
I mean, I talked about it. If they survive with 5 alive, it's a very different round, this one. But no, like you said, only 2 up. It's rifles, but it's not an economic extension that is unbearable here for OC. An OC timeout. I love this. This is what I was talking about with UST's timeouts. This is the first one we've seen from OC in the whole series. And they call it when it matters most. 5 ultimates up, rifles on deck, and a scoreline that desperately needs turning around.
First time out of the series, if I'm not mistaken, for OC Esports.
Yeah.
5 ults. This isn't a round they can afford to lose.
So what is the game plan change here? Because I think
I
UST
think-
last round just came in and hit them with a pretty big pace change, and they've been offered up everything from garage to C to A. UST
Honestly?
yesterday went B like 5 times in one half. It was insane. So like that's not even out of the question.
I'd like to see OC Esports shift their control of the map, right? They've been very heavy on 3 players, 4 players A early on. I'd like to see them, considering they have the Rolling Thunder and the Hunter's Fury, play for the retake on A. The Rolling Thunder's better on that side of the map. Have some more investment towards C. They don't have enough to get entry and operator, but instead it's going to be the Blade Storm. So I guess you can try and use like Recon Dart Fault Line to put entry in a forward position. That seems like it's going to be the case for OC Esports, but UST, are they actually going to get caught by that? It is a rather standard play. Oh, it doesn't go for the Blade Storm, actually. Ends up buying a rifle. And that deep smoke just stops anything OC were about to do. Like, any long control OC thought about going for off of the fault line is gone. Rolling Thunder tossed in. UST are going.
UST quickly on the gas pedal. Joinho unable to do anything with the showstopper. Just has to fire it out with a prayer towards Saint. They have control, but it's tentative at best. They can't actually get on the site. They're flanked as well by Instinct, who's just going to sit back here. Instinct's only job is to not die and just keep UST compressed in here. Squeeze him like a hydraulic press. And as... at the end of the day, if you could just hold this position, if you could TP away, it's mean. Nobody can catch him. He's the gingerbread man.
And, I mean, no one even is thinking about running him down. Not while the Hunter's Fury is berating UST. This has been a great round for OC thus far. An entry snuck into sewer and steals the spike away. Joinho now hardly even knows where to look, really. State good for 1, 2v4, though. Spike has been recovered. You could, in theory, try to run to the other side of the map, but you know that Instinct is still behind you somewhere, so instead, soldiering on forward toward A. This crossfire is so hard to break, though. There's just not enough utility for it. A paranoia helps. Joinho at least gets in, but he doesn't stay very long.
I mean, OC play a fantastic round, but it's far from done yet. Timeout pays off. UST looked like they were locked in a haunted house there for a second. Like, they just could not look around a corner without another spook from Instinct coming. Entry as well. Lurks all the way into this corner. Gives him another jump scare on the way out. Picked to pieces were UST in that round, but they're still not out. Both economies relatively low now. This is a swing round if I've ever seen one, Paul. And UST look poised to take advantage of that garage pressure we know they can take.
Now the Blade Storm finally out. There's that control of A that OC wanted last round. Here we go toward B. Rolling Thunders were exchanged last round, so that ult isn't available. So just click and hold the line. Yesterday we saw UST go all the way into A-Link, but a smoke this time around going to prevent them from doing so. Instead, a more standard B plant here. And then they abscond out into mid. Entry's thinking about going over this trap wire. Is going to be hurt, undoubtedly there. Wow! The running gun from Instinct just saying hi to Joinho and then passing on by, getting him through the gong. Stake pretty done for in this corner. Gonna be real. Not much chance he gets out of that one. And this is getting a kind of bloody and scrappy. But eventually OC find their marks.
You know, I saw them line up in mid. I really thought it. I called it out before the round. I'm like, this is where they're going to leverage the garage pressure. In UST, they pull the B lever. And I think sometimes it's a little early to pull the B lever. OC just read them very well. This happened last map as well. Like when things started to get the teensiest bit dicey, when USG's econ almost broke, they go for a fast play. And it's starting to become a very repetitive thing. It happened yesterday as well, where like every single time it gets stressful, UST kind of fall back to what is their default strat, right? Just push a site and push it hard. B site this time was the choice, and OC don't even bat an eye at it. Money's in their hands now. UST broke as can be, and the mid pressure spotted out. Super valuable camera.
I was a little worried after the first 2 rounds when like UST had like a massive lead. It was like 4-1. I was like, oh no, we're not gonna get a competitive second map. Well, shows what I know, at least for now. Nate falls. That's just, I mean, even especially from this position. Like, maybe you can swing out Overwhelm Glyph, but he sees it coming, uses the Cyber Cage. Saint, everybody's got him locked. Not a problem at all. Flawless for OC Esports.
Decent bit of economic boost, though, for a team that would love to build one. Looking at the scorelines, though, this is much more what you want to see from both of the teams. Even numbers across the board. It was Glyph and Saint last map, but now it's really coming down to how they're playing as a team. We talk about Haven all the time as kind of being that mid-roundy map where it's testing not just your set strats, but your IGL's ability to read the map, your individual player's game sense. And right now, it's the micro adjustments from the OC players that are really doing it for me. The setup, like you wanted them to, has stopped being so A-focused. They're spread out much more in a default, something that you would regularly see, absorbing the pressure in Garage much more readily, and instead of making massive sweeping changes across the map, it's little positional changes from the OC players, whether that's allowing them to get out alive or whether that's allowing them to trade more efficiently or play slightly better util. It's that little 5% more that you need to beat out a team of the caliber of UST in a match this close.
And UST with their timeout here. I hope that they're refocusing their efforts on that mid-rounder that you were talking about. Yesterday when we saw UST on Haven,
it's not often we see them get to the mid-round, to be fair.
But yesterday, not only on Haven, but actually through most of the series, you know, we talk about UST as seemingly thus far, they've shown us pretty linear stuff, right? Like, I think on Pearl was actually the least, like, we pick this lane, we go this lane, let's do it. That, like, they've demonstrated over the course of the weekend. But UST often commit to a site before they even know what's going on there. And you can see that in this case. Joino flies in with no one to support him, and Glyph is ruining the late reinforcements. Eventually is disposed of. But Saint here already and dispatches the easy read on the position from Sake.
I mean, I think this is where you start to see the holes in this composition come to fruition. It's Garage and A takes that we said they're good at. C was a real pain point. Like, Joino doesn't have smokes to dash into. There is no safety. The Omen doesn't really have that much to, like, smoke out the entire site. Normally, you'd back up the Omen with the Jet, right, who can smoke for herself in a lot of ways, but the raw mass of smokes to drop just isn't really there to support Joino, and so he's forced to just blast pack in and get his head taken off of his shoulders. And yeah, there's a chance. Yeah, it's Joino. He could definitely entry frag in those positions, but it's not as easy. That's for certain.
Instinct has been very solid with these paranoias as well. It's been obnoxious for UST to try and get on this C site since Instinct has started landing these paranoias so perfectly.
You could realistically try and suss out Nate here. This rifle's probably more valuable to him than yours are to you at this point for OC, who have a couple rounds stacked up behind them. Do they check this, though? It seems like they've committed to not.
I think.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, like here to go for it, right? Especially since the op is now safe. I think it was smart for OC to not go hunting for him too early on, because there's a world in which you like lose both your rifles and then entries left in a 1v1 with an op he desperately wants to save because he probably wouldn't have enough money to buy another one. So good discipline from OC Esports. They'll take a lead now on Haven. And not much money for UST. Not much alts for UST. This is... to call it a struggle would probably be generous.
Yeah, I think the options for breaking this right now are relatively few and far between. There's obviously a chance with UST. Their ecos have been pretty dang good today. But you're looking at this round or 2 rounds from now to really be the opportunity for them. No, they could get Jakey that pocket that they want. It's another look towards B. There are 4 people surrounding this site, man. I don't know how well this is going to work for them.
And again, these defensive rolling thunders from Saint. That's what we were missing on Pearl, man. Saint just wasn't in a position to where he could use those rolling thunders. Jakey tries to answer back, but absolutely dominated. OC are a wall that UST can no longer break.
I feel like UST must feel like they're playing against 10 players. Everywhere they go, there's reinforcements. Like the rotates mid-round have been beautiful. That Haven-style mid-round calling that we've been talking about is immaculate from OC. It's not big moves. It's just shifting the breach. Literally 5-10 meters towards one side or towards the other. They shift a little bit towards B because they feel that pressure coming. And all of a sudden, there's 3-4 players ready to collapse on the likes of UST. They understand that the garage pressure is something that they have to deal with, and they deal with it from 2 angles. And no matter where UST go, they're running into 3 players bare minimum at times.
And it looks like another singular vector for UST on this round. Is a light buy, so won't bully them too much. OC Instinct is also just getting so much info on the other side of the map. Whenever UST show, Instinct feels so confident to push really far up because guess what? Nobody's ever lurking. Nobody's defaulting. They all commit, all 5 to one place, and it makes for Instinct already getting in a pretty quick flank here.
They're just waiting for Instinct to come from behind. That's their best shot. Glyph cutting things short, though. He's got 4, looking for an 8. Nate shuts it down. An entry with the final frag. OC calmly dispatched UST's A-take.
1 round left in the half. UST, you know, I think the rolls are better than yesterday when we saw them on Haven. But it doesn't... I'm not getting like the special sauce. You know what I mean? Like, have UST technically already doubled the amount of rounds that they won yesterday on Haven? Sure, but...
Can't do that to him, man.
But where... I'm not seeing any adjustments, right? This feels like a very new composition. Which it is, to UST, to be fair. But against OC, you need something more tangible than that. It's not bad play from UST, right? Like, they're dotting all their I's, they're crossing their T's, they're using the fade utility exactly how they should. They're setting up nicely for all of these takes. But you know what's coming. There's no question, there's no doubt. Entry can just hold this line and spam op shots as long as he wants.
And he's gonna do it again. Jake entering onto the site with Nate. Oh, 2 players on the wrong ends of entry. Shorty, and the round is over as quickly as it began. OC put up an incredible 8-4 half. One that, at the end, it honestly felt like UST were somewhat lucky to get away with 4 with the way some of those rounds were going.
UST are very good at getting early momentum in halves, right? Agreed. They're very good at pistols. I think they've actually won the vast majority of their pistol rounds that we've seen over the past couple of days. So that certainly helps. But yeah, I mean, looking at that back and forth, it does feel kind of lucky that they got 4 out of it.
Hey, take them early. I feel like you do have to give credit to UST. Taking them early is not a bad way. It does feel a little bit like you steal them, but nevertheless, they did what they needed to do. 8-4 is a very winnable scoreline. Not enough for OC last game, but for UST, it may be a different story. This team's got that dog in them, and they've clutched many a time. Entry trying to force his way onto the site. We've seen Nate here before, and he locks it down with the help of Jake. Nate unwilling to give up the position. Now how do you make your way on? The smokes have cleared. The spike rotates back, and the options cut down to 2 now for an OC who don't have that much more left, but a player sneaking up mid might be their best opportunity in Instinct. Oh, that's
no opportunity.
Brutal.
None. Not this time. This is a very important pistol for UST too. They need to start clawing at this lead that OC has mounted for themselves. Saint? Oh, he knows Sake's back here. Really nicely done. Tracked and predicted through the gong. Exceptionally.
Oh,
Saint left alone, though. I mean, nice fault line, but here come two. Survives it. They don't even tag him.
I mean, Saint versus 2, he's got a chance here, but there's just more bullets on the other side. Playing ring around the rosy. Saint fires a few away. Connects the first shot. Oh! And Saint may be holy, but now he's filled with them. Tiger connects just enough bullets to make the man topple over. None of them connected to the head, but enough connected to the body over time.
That's the dumbest line you've ever said while we've been casted together. I love it.
Really, I like that.
6 out of 10.
I'll take it.
No, actually, I'll give that one an 8. That was really good.
All right.
Oh my.
That was almost a dangerous round, though. I think kind of pulled that one out of nowhere.
I believed it. After Saint got that, not this one, but when he takes down Joinho, I thought he had it.
Yeah.
That right there, I thought he had it.
Oh, it would have been an ace, too. Wow.
Yeah,
we haven't seen an ace in a minute.
Not today. We got one on, I think, a pistol round yesterday.
Yeah, it was an anti-eco, though. It wasn't the most glamorous thing. Still look nice, though. Joinho not playing as aggressively in the sewers we've seen in previous rounds. I think trying to use that phase raid, or the fade raise combo.
The phase raid?
Yeah. Make fun of me now before the round starts, but players are still lurking outside of A. And more info has been given over. No, actually, the dog doesn't find anybody. So they will have some idea that this rotation's coming in for OC.
And it's still a trap wire teed up, covering all of C, right? So even if OC, they will more than likely be able to plant the spike here. The big question is, how much is Glyph going to get out of this lurk in mid? It's a different Cypher player, but the strategy is the same for OC Esports. They leave their Cypher to do whatever he feels like to try and find a timing. And he does. Nice little shot there from Sake. That'll keep UST guessing.
At least in terms of post-plant position, it funnels them all into the spawn here, and they're going to go quick. It gets shut down instantly by a beautiful Rolling Thunder. Saint wants revenge for last round, it seems. He's got a Sheriff, and he's here to lay down the law. Jakey peeking out through Garage, but there's not many options but to eat the bullets one by one, and he's full.
That's the second round that OC have flipped. UST have won, I think, every pistol. Yeah, they've won every pistol, but they've only won half of the round 2s. That's wild. Okay, sure.
And that was really important for a USG that's playing from behind. That early momentum that we talk about them getting all the time, you really, really needed that. Now they've got to do it the old-fashioned way. Elbow grease and pistols. I think there's much to figure out here. They're all playing forward, advanced positions, but OC are taking their time. I'm not sure you're going to lose many players. Maybe the Silva in mid here ends up on an island.
I think he actually just spotted the play. I think he saw Nate. He peeked out and spotted the Cypher. Or maybe not. Nate is.
Yeah, this is a confident C push. They had to have spotted something.
Jakey trying to hide around the mid box or the C box, but yeah, not so much when entry's on top of you there.
Round, I'm going to say, so far, easily won by OC, save for some Sheriff shenanigans from Tiger. And even with Glyph on the lurk here, USC are uncertain of any bit of map control they actually have. They've all snuck around Glyph. Maybe they just want to run down Glyph. That's not a bad plan. They have 2 players around him. Like, Glyph doesn't have many options. He has to run into the it's money. It's taken
Thanks
away.
for the gun, guys.
Yeah, like
Nate's just patting his raise on the back. Appreciate the rifle. Jeez. All right. Haven's not quite looking as competitive as Pearl was, but I mean, that is what we expected, right? This isn't a great map for UST, and OC historically here have been nothing short of phenomenal. This was going to be the biggest uphill battle for UST. That was close.
it's fine. It's fine.
It's
This is why we
fine.
remind ourselves, though. Like, OC, for having been in the winner's bracket, those 2 map bans were brutal. They got away both of UST's best maps. So this is the price you pay, man. You got to fight tooth and nail every time. Even your map picks aren't necessarily your map picks in a situation like this. So fighting into their map picks is arguably even harder.
And OC's mid-rounding just remains immaculate, right?
Look at the shift here from UST.
They don't even have a composition that traditionally is like excellent at information gathering. Really, all you have is Peaks and Yanel. I guess you have the Cypher too. The cam helps. You can, but that's mostly going over in sewer, right? And that's not where OC has been spending a lot of their time. They haven't been using the Cypher cam to actually take space or try to transition themselves into that area of the map just yet. Although, as I say it looks like this time they've picked A. And unfortunate for Nate, he's going up to heaven. He's not rotating off. He might be able to catch something off the cheeky trap wire.
Oh, he's going to get the timing.
First one's going to get broken.
That's so nice.
Ooh. Okay. No traps needed.
Dude, man. I think we just put Nate on Cypher every game. This guy just cooks on this character. And now he just has to play time. He already bought his team the advantage they need for this retake. I don't think you need to do anything particularly aggressive or like drop to stop a plant by any means.
Spam's kind of enough, too. That's a nice tag. Oh, I actually don't think he got him. Nade, not going to take down Saint, but it will soften him up a little bit. Nate not quite good for the fight on Yanel, though. Things getting difficult for UST, but they still maintain a player advantage. Not for long, though. Entry is difficult in this situation. Joinho dropping, but Instinct ready for him. Ready for them all!
Instinct's timing. In and out of the smokes. The swing on sewers. It seemed like they had just barely sniffed out that the flank was coming in, to be completely honest. They seemed sold on the fact that it was going to come from spawn, but alas. No, I think some piece of intel behind them made them think that it wasn't coming from that direction, but they hear the footsteps in the nick of time, and Instinct not only gets the kills, but also bails Yanel out just in time as he's coming out of the smoke, and then Yanel's able to get one of his own, vitally, in a position like that where trades are not something you can afford to do one for one.
And UST, I mean, it's kind of a desperate hero rifle, but they're running out of time. They need to try and make something happen. Just raining shots into the smoke from those sheriffs, praying they can find anything. Jakey on a timing, good for one. The rest elude him. But he gets a lot of good information. The rotates for UST have beaten the attackers to A. Nice push, too, from Joinho. No one's there to cover that rifle. That's a free gun. Nate, meanwhile, with a not free gun, one he purchased. Unable to pick up much of anything, but these sheriffs are trading well.
And it's so close to good enough. This smoke matters so much, and Instinct just better. Pushes the whole thing. No fear in his eyes, or the slits, or whatever those are. Joinho now throwing a grenade. Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to force him away, trying to isolate a 1v1, and he has. I mean, Yanel has just 25 HP. You could actually, if he sprays down both, this is actually very realistic.
Yesterday on Split, he hit them both, but no. Not a scratch this time around.
Match point.
Match point already. I'm not, you know, Dora, I'm not.
I didn't expect to be here so soon. I'm gonna be honest. This felt like it flew by.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna go to overtime 2 maps in a row. That's okay though. We got 32 rounds on Pearl. We can take a little bit of a break on Haven while OC I mean, it's one of their favorite maps.
Oh, for certain. And you could see why. Again, it's on the attacking side as well. Those micro adjustments are really, really sick, though. Not just the macro play from them. It's not vast rotates. It's little steps in the left and right direction that put them in great positions for a lot of these fights. UST do have weaponry.
Jakey.
Let's not count him out quite yet. Jakey does look in for a world of hurt, though.
Chased down, already won. Paranoia can't bail him out of that. Fake is going to be lucky if he even survives here. A Nightfall to try and flush OC out of Garage, and a Haunt to confirm that they have in fact left. Sake considers the B play. Going for it, but Glyph watches the smoke. More than enough value this time around, and OC are committing to the win. They're not stalling, they're not waiting. It's a 13-5 to tie up our series.
In a blistering pace at that. UST, we know, are a team that's not really scared by something like this. They've bounced back from it before.
They bounced back from worse.
But I think what makes it hard is that this is just a deadly series in terms of the length that they're going to have to play. Every last mental hit begins to matter more and more. And although it's Quick Haven, they're going over their map pick next. None of the map picks, like I explained earlier, are really their map picks with those first 2 bans from OC.
Split is gonna have to be a very decisive difference maker here. I mean, this map just wasn't even particularly close, right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Pearl was phenomenal, but UST, I think this map just exposes some of their stylistic tendencies, and it makes it very easy for a team with that good mid-rounding, with that shot calling to adjust like OC has. The second you see one UST player, you know what's up. You know what the plan is. You know where the round is going to end. Oh, one player showed A. Let's move 4 players to A now. That's where they're going. And you do that so many rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit predictable. And again, you go back to the compositional changes that they've made time and time again on Haven. The Fade, goodness gracious, gonna do it to me again. The Fade Raise combo. Look, they were doing it like start of the round, you'd see the pull grenades, but you weren't seeing anything particularly advanced. Again, that's just like because it's not something they practice all that much, specific composition, specific lineups like that. And so I don't think they got the value out of it that you absolutely need to make a choice like that. And they paid the price for it time and time again because the C site was a non sequitur for them. Like Garage, yeah, they'd get control of it, but pushing out of it was something that they weren't particularly coordinated in, and then pushing down C long was a suicide wish at best. And then the A site did go a little bit better for them, but didn't quite work out enough in order to verify picking that composition in the situation. The fact that Jakey's not necessarily an operating jet and is also trying to IGL for them makes that map really, really hairy. Like you said, though, we're going over to Split next, where things are a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and we're going to be going to Split after a short break. But while we're on break, let's hear from Tamu and Tiny.
He knows he's above him, but he simply doesn't have time. Town falls. Another round win for Tamu.
So I started last year on the lower team. Honestly, I was pretty bad. At first, I looked at the main roster and I was like, okay, who's leaving? Am I good enough to get on? I started talking to them, maybe like playing a little bit of ranked with them to see how good they are, see if we mesh well together. And so I tried out for the team. And Collegiate Valorant, like the warm-up was happening. We played it and we won the whole thing, which, you know, it's not a really big tournament because a lot of teams didn't have people on there. Like, cause collegiate teams are slowly getting like the tier 2, some of the tier 2 players, like tier 3, tier 2 players. So I feel like competition is ramping up in collegiate. OCU. I don't have a grudge against OCU or anything, but for some of them, Saint keeps throwing my rank games. He keeps throwing my rank games, man. Dude, he picked Yoru, no con, ran it down one game, and then after he said, sorry, bro. After we lost, I was like in bed. And I was like, I got new strats. I was laying in my bed. I was like, I got an exam tomorrow, but right now I just want to make a Valor stat. Or I was thinking about the rounds we lost. There's so many rounds. Those rounds like that just haunt me, and they really want. I mean, they put like fire in my butt. And I wanna win. When I came in, I started IGLing, so we have a little bit more structure now. Most of us are just college players playing for fun. Like, all right, guys, it's time to rush B. But we're trying to slowly implement, like, all right, I'll leave you there. Now we're gonna go take over here. I think that's probably the recipe for our success. I was playing a ranked game. Somebody might have been talking some trash to me. They said at the end of the game, they said good luck in CVAL right after we lost. I'm not even sure if he plays collegiate, man.
Welcome back, y'all, to our grand finals. It's tied 1-1 between OC and UST. Two hard-fought maps, one definitely more so than the other, though, as we come off a screaming haven for OC Esports. They set themselves up for a lot of momentum coming into our next map.
Yeah, OC Esports got us back on track time-wise. After we spent 32 rounds on Haven, they were like, all right, guys, we got dinner after this. We gotta make this next one quick. Split is going to be our third map of the day, our second UST pick. And this is the map coming into this series I felt the most confident about for UST. This is the map they won last time. They won it very confidently. And honestly, OCE don't have very many plays on this map. The only time they've played it on record with this roster is actually against UST. So it's not their most comfortable map necessarily. Although that being said, we saw the tables flip on Pearl in a big way. So undoubtedly OC Esports have spent this week figuring out what went wrong.
And this was the big question as well, whether they would ban this or Ascent.
Mm-hmm.
And so banning out Ascent was the choice, which means that I think they've definitely prepped for at least this map. They've known for days, if not more than that they'd be coming into this grand finals with a 2-map ban. So they've definitely had these prepped and ready to go for quite some time. And I think it's very intentional. The split should be nice and set up from OC Esports because of just how much control they were given over the series from that winner's bracket advantage.
Yeah, and I think last time there is a little bit of an anomaly for OC Esports. I'm not going to write it off. But I will say that despite all the nerfs that hit Chamber, despite everything, nobody's really playing Chamber anymore after patch after patch nerfing him into the ground and then his massive changes. Last time, Entry did play the Chamber, so he's going to run it again. This time around, need to see a little bit... well, it's hard for me to say I need to see a better performance from him. He did great. He didn't have very many op kills, so I wonder how well the defensive side actually went for OC Esports. And they definitely need to find something on their attack. I'm a little bit nervous about their attack. The composition that UST is running, phenomenal on attack for the new split, right? This is a comp that a lot of collegiate teams, even a lot of pro teams are running because the double duelist gets your foot in the door so confidently, which can be hard to do otherwise on split.
Oh, absolutely. And they did it to great effect despite going into double controller yesterday on the defending side. They didn't bat an eye. The double duelist was confident, and you're talking about two players on roles that they're extremely good at. Jakey moves back over to the Jet. Thank God. we get Xiaoinho on that signature raise, which is starting to become very much the Xiaoinho pick.
It's definitely the pick that we've seen Xiaoinho succeed the most on. Have the highest peaks on. And on the flip side of things, Entry, this Chamber is certainly a wild card. Oh, already knows what the cam's going to be. That's nice. Pretty tasty. But it won't deter UST. Split is a great map for them stylistically, too. We talk about how this team likes to pick a site and go. Split's a map where if your executes are well coordinated enough, you can very much do that, and they've already got full control of A.
And this was well done by OC. I mean, it was given away. They're willing to play a retake here. But we always talk about a retake on first round is a lot harder. You don't have the same amount of util advantage that you normally would coming into a round like this.
Info.
And they spot nothing.
Boombot not quite going to be timing away. Tiger still hanging on to that. And Xiaoinho struggling to find that swing against two players. Sake and Tiger answer back, but then Sake gets caught swarmed on the site. Are Tiger and Nate actually getting in the right timing on this? It is planted so that Heaven is an option here. The half stick does land. Nate, nice,
brutal.
tasty little micro swing. And then he tees himself up for Tiger. Another beautiful pistol to add up to 5 total pistols for UST in this series.
I love that by UST. That
was great.
I always talk about it, but sometimes UST's plans can seem not one-dimensional, but like they stop when the spike gets planted. And, I mean, it's true, right? And that round pistol really did feel like it was well planned. Like they knew that Heaven was an opportunity. They planted for it. They played for it well. Not only does it do that, it gives you time to recover the health on the Cypher as well to allow them to make that peak a lot more safely. Really good stuff. Though they do have a pattern of losing these second rounds, so let's not count our chickens until they've hatched.
Well, especially if Entry could hit that shot, but Jakey puts him down. Now things look a little bit more dicey. I think UST would have to make some mistakes to allow them in here. Oh, a nice little readjustment too. I like that Tiger gets out of that corner and instead joins them on the site. Nate tucked away so far. Actually doesn't even matter if Nate dies. Doesn't have a ghost and still picks up 2. Willing to be the sacrificial lamb there, but not needing to. And a solid first 2 rounds for UST.
All right, now we can breathe, right? We're on to our bonus. We've seen UST do damage to OC in a position like this before. The executes have looked phenomenal. I think you can threaten whatever you want at this point. You could really make OC flinch because the amount that they have respected these executes, the way that they've played with entry backing away, trying to play for the retake, kind of tells you that they are wary of what UST is capable of with said executes. And maybe almost too much so. Like, this could be exploited by UST.
Here.
UST swapping sides of the map, too. Love this. A lot of pressure was put toward A. UST had adjusted their defense, anticipating more, and Instinct falling immediately. I mean, Saint holding on to what he can. A couple picked up, but traded right back. Trades are very favorable here, and oh, the Boombot just made for too many ways to look for Yanel. Just 26 HP for the last player standing on UST right now. Is he just going to slip the net and go A?
That'd be really funny. He could wrap Heaven, which I think they're going to become wary of. Yeah, they're thinking about it at least. But no, you gotta run the whole gambit, dude. Yeah, get over there. You know where the 2 players are. I mean, I think the jig's up at this point. Yeah, just get that spike down. I think there's no more mysteries.
About it.
He's got no HP to work with, a Spectre in hand. 1 more rifle worth of damage as well. If you can take down either of these players with the spike plant of your own, that's a lot of damage. But Glyph catches him out on the timing. Sad to see for UST, but again, decent economic damage from a bonus. You're not mad about it.
You know, 3 down, you get the spike planted. UST are perfectly fine with how these first few rounds have played out. Now, this is where they started to lose control of things on Haven. So going into the first full gun versus gun round, we need to see UST stabilize and keep these solid ideas. And I don't know if OC is going to let them get onto the site as easily as before. I'd love to see Saint put up a really difficult fight. I think UST on split are most dangerous in the post plant on their attacking side.
I think they're dangerous everywhere, but yeah, the post plant. If you give them time to sit up, they're really
exactly
deadly. Right, and that's the big one. OC have been more than welcome to on other maps, but that was exactly what I was talking about. Having a few hard holds like that, not having to play retake all the time. Oh, bah!
Yeah,
Down goes the head.
The read's just a total whiff. Yeah, nothing. And meanwhile, there's actually a pick in mid too. Nate gets 1, Neural Thefts gets away. Ton of info. Jakey not even caught in the corner off of the spam. A beautiful gravity well to force OC back by even more time. UST, like you said, if they set up, they're lethal. And they are comfortable where they're standing.
My ultimate is ready.
I like this decision from OC. This is not a risk I want to take. Not against UST. Not on split. Not any day of the week. Just give it to him, yeah. Take away the rifles. Ultimates are beginning to come up for either side. Oh no! Nate on the lure catches 2! The last place I expected him to be after getting the pick down in mid earlier on in the round was up in heaven or down in ropes.
Bro, entry and comms like, oop, sorry guys.
Dude.
Slipped by me. My bad.
That's a really bad set of kills to give up.
Yeah, that's brutal. That's a breaker for OC here. They're just going to have a Hero Vandal now. Do you even keep the Hero Vandal on entry? I'd kind of like to see entry toss this gun to somebody else and use the Headhunter.
I mean, Instinct would be the natural choice, but I mean, Glyph's also kind of popped off in maps prior, so.
Another role swap it's worth noting too. Saint, Instinct, you know, all. Well, actually, I guess
everyone shifted around on like every role for
Oklahoma,
OC. I've kind of
That's one of the things they do across a lot of maps, right? Is they do switch their roles around quite a bit. Entry's the only one who has like a super solid role and always plays like whoever's opping or whoever's entering, depending on what map.
Yeah, I mean, Instinct, Saint, and Glyph have all played smokes, so if that doesn't tell you what's going on here, I think nothing will. Nate, the opener onto Glyph. Still no No real weaponry options here for OC, so I don't think they're getting on this side anytime soon. The rotate is early. Maybe they can stop a spike plant from heaven if that shot connects.
Yeah, they don't really have the utility to do so, though.
Not
The
really.
paint shell was already used. There's no stars available for Saint right now. I mean, one, but you're not going to use it to stop the spike plant there. Maybe an opportunity for Instinct. Does have a cheeky angle. Could catch Jakey if he looks the wrong way. But Jakey spots him coming, flying in, trying for anything. At least Saint gets one, but this is done and dusted. UST easily up to 4.
These post plants look perfect, man. UST, like a well-oiled machine on the maps that they're comfortable on. And this definitely feels like a much more trained composition. And you can see the difference, man. I love that UFC are willing to stick to their guns and fly by the seat of their pants sometimes. But when they're playing something they know, man, it just looks so good.
And we didn't get to see much of UST's attack yesterday just because their defense was so good. They had like a 9-3 defense and then only had a chance to win
I've
like
got your
play
trail.
a few rounds of their attack. So it's fascinating to see how solid it is. Seeker's already thrown out. Jakey can't quite check into the nanostorm like that. Joinio not as afraid, but maybe he should have been. Flying out of a smoke through a nanostorm. Not the ideal entry from him. Instead, it's going to be a pivot up to heaven now to try and get a more threatening position over the site. Saint not able to find much of anything or stop Jakey from poking out of that window either. OC, they have to retreat and give the site away.
I think the impressive part is how many practiced executes they've shown us. Like this one through heaven. They've shown us A, they've shown us a split, they've shown us mid. Like this is really the whole kit and caboodle. I'll tell you what, Spike's not even down yet, and they're in post-plant positions. Everybody's ready. Jakey's in a killer position, but it's Nate who's the executioner taking down Yunel and Glyph.
It's so intelligent the way that they tuck themselves into these places. And look, Jakey's even wrapping around through heaven. A 50-50 angle here. There's no way to clear this.
Yeah, Saint
There's
is as good as
absolutely
dead.
no way to win that round. What a call there. I loved every part of that. And it just goes to show, right? Like Haven, yeah, UST still experimenting with their comp, still trying to figure out how they want to tackle that map. But Split, UST have downloaded. They're writing the book on new Split for Collegiate.
This goes here.
OCU though, down. I wouldn't say out yet. This is still somewhere within redeemable in terms of a half. They've got the ultimates up. They can find a couple picks. Maybe they look towards using those. Next round, they'll have rifles, and then those ultimates really become threatening. But now it's over towards B for UST, a threat that Entry hasn't really faced as of yet, but deals with perfectly.
Finally, the chamber shows up. Can Entry get more, though? Chamber's still very much in a rough spot comparatively to what he once was. The Phenom of 2022 now barely even gets to show his head. This is a great time, Boombot. Instinct's going to get a ton of info out of it. Ooh. Nope. Nate hears it coming. And he doubles back, too. So now, actually, now the problem is Instinct doesn't know if it's clear or not.
I mean, just look at how far back OC are on the map. They have no information. They got shoved all the way into their spawn.
Neural theft. Beautiful. Easy A-take. Okay. Good work from Glyph, expecting Joinio to try to control screens. But it's not going to stop a spike plant.
Absolutely not.
30 seconds left.
UST post plant, but down members. I actually don't know how this one goes. Normally, I'd put my money on him, but with this this ultimate coming in, the lockdown forces Tiger into a corner. Actually, does just escape it.
How does Nate? Okay, I was gonna say somebody surely gets him there. Sake does have the high ground control, and Tiger hanging around on the site. Tucked himself into a pocket. The lockdown didn't get him in. Knife out. No bullets for either player. But Tiger's got it on lock.
Dude, these post plans are insane from UST. 3v4, they pull that off. Despite running out of ammo, despite some shenanigans allowing a whole reload to go through from the Sheriff, they still managed to knock it down to a 1v1 at the end of the day. All it takes is one favorable trade, and UST just seemed to topple all of OC. This attacking side indomitable. And now you've got 3 ultimates but your retake ones are... I mean, you still have at least the Cosmic Divide. The Showstopper is, to some degree, useful. Not as much so as, like, the Lockdown. The tools are not the same as they were last round, and Joinho looks like he wants blood in heaven.
Jakey and him in lockstep, clearing this position out. Ooh, even going through vent to make sure that no support is coming to stab the side of this heaven take. Actually, it's just a full gone. Bye. Rocket,
What?
way too late. Not
Wow.
a chance to hit squat there. The only problem you're going to have is entry still hanging on to B main. Really great catch from Sake. Saint had no idea that he'd be there so quickly. And a Showstopper clearing out the site too. Joinho does get picked out of the air. No Rocket taking down entry just yet. And he will trap UST onto the site. Tiger taken down while trying to get the spike planted, and Jakey left alone.
He's on instinct, gets the
Wow.
spray. 1 versus 1, the operator in the hands of entry, and it's all one shot. Decides to take out the headhunter instead. Jakey swings on him, but the flick by entry. Understanding he doesn't have to hit the head, the body more than enough after the damage from the raise. Puts OC up to 2 rounds, doubles their scoreline, but I'm not sure it helps the mental. That was a hard-fought round, and it was barely won.
Yeah, I mean, it was only even one because the exact moment Jakey thinks to himself, okay, if entry's not in this forward position in B main, that means he's probably holding with an op somewhere, and he repositions to try and swing him to fight the operator. That's when entry actually peaks him. Timing is more OC's friend than consistency there, and now with so much pressure coming over toward A, this headhunter needs to do Tour de Force needs to do so much work.
Oh man, you can see the collateral almost
He's done.
line up there for a sec. Is Goose properly cooked? Jakey now pulls back, and look at this. Jakey's playing the same position every time in these post plays. Like, they have these set positions down like you would not believe. All hiding behind the Cosmic Dividing. I've seen this play. It was like 5 rounds ago, Paul.
This time around, though, Jakey does fall, and Nate not going to have a good time trying to hold on to heaven himself. Tiger and Sake left alone on the site, but can they buy enough time? The flash lands perfectly. All on Tiger and only 8 bullets to his name, getting spammed through the sign. This flash needs to be so good, and I don't think it hits squat. OC recovering their defense, but still a ways to go.
Like I said, it is a salvageable half. If you can pull this up to 7-5, 8-4 for OC, I would even put 9-3 in the books as a positive outcome considering how things were starting out with UST. And they're starting to build momentum. That round means they should actually be able to buy some proper rifles this time with full armor. For the second time at all this half, I think, like, it has been working with nothing for them for a large majority of this game. And it doesn't change much in terms of actual setup for them. A lot of it will remain the same. The Chamber, though, now with the proper operator in his hands, is going to try and hold an aggressive angle here. Entry has so much of the weight put on his shoulders. Can he deliver?
That little Killjoy was so cute. Why don't they sell those? Come on, Riot, get on it. UST undeterred. Surely they've checked the money and they know an op is possible. A leg shot on Jakey, a reposition. Gets entry away long enough to actually find one with a classic. And Yanella has a massive opportunity. OC dismantle the take. UST run it back to back to back on A. And it stopped working.
The rotates were quick and confident. You have to assume that that one kill from Yanel that bails entry out enough that he can get a classic kill amongst a sea of rifles, mind you, really was what did it. So a key frag from Yanel is what did it for me that round. Now, though, shifting over. Operator remains in the hands of entry. The money's broke for UST. This could I'm not going to say it's a tied half. Well, that would be jinxing things big time, but 7-5 does seem in the books.
I feel like you've gotten close enough to saying it's going to be a tied half that you've already jinxed it.
Yeah, but far enough that I have plausible deniability.
Pulsable deniability? I'm trademarking that. Nobody used that. That's how trademarking works, right? I just say it and it's real.
Yeah, it's like calling dibs.
Hey, actually, UST are doing quite a bit this round. They didn't have much money going into this. Okay, now they're getting stopped. All right. Right as I thought maybe it's possible. Turns out not so much.
OC up to 5. This is... Salvage isn't even the right word. Resurrected by OC. It is a miracle, not on ice, that this has happened in the matter that it has. Entry, Glyph, Instinct, all having massive impact and huge moments in rounds that have turned around to make the score go 5-6. Now they've got the rifles. UST have one more round to try and make this a profitable half, but in the face of OC, it doesn't seem like they know quite what to do.
First time we've seen UST apply any mid pressure in the early round. But they managed to flush out entry and keep Yanel in check, so sure, I mean, they'll get mid here. Dash keeps Jakey safe, too, and a paint shell, I mean, completely forces Yanel away. That's so much damage dealt, and the Sky can't heal herself. Rotates have come through, though, so still not a favorable position for UST just yet. They'll leave Sake around, holding on to this B main pressure, and Nate doesn't find much on the lurk. This is surely going to be anticipated, but the double rope play, one of them was going to get entry. And they seem pretty aware of where Yanel will be as well.
A pushed up position. Good for one, but not much more. UST, again, almost pushed into the play by the opposing side. They didn't have many other options but this, but with Sake down, it gets harder. Post plant 2v3. We saw them win the 3v4. Can they increase their numbers by 1? Saint, makes it harder. Joinio crouches under a few bullets, but not the last one. Just Tiger. We've seen this before, but I mean, it was like once yesterday.
1v3. This is pretty unbelievable. And Tiger can't even find the first. Instinct cleans him up, and there's that tied half we were looking for.
I wasn't looking for it. It actually blindsided me, to be completely honest. I saw the first...
That's true. You were thinking 9-3.
I saw the first 7 rounds. Yeah, I was like, what do you... Like, the first 7 rounds were abysmal. Take a look at that. Look at the top of your screen right now. That is as bad as it gets.
I think the technical term for that in esports is a big oof.
Yeah, where do you think USG's mental's at right now? On such a pivotal
They're
game, with
fine.
such a...
UST recovered
They
from a
do
13-2 yesterday. I have no doubts that they are feeling just fine. 6 is still perfectly fine. Sure, they let it get away from them. I think OC had some great adaptations. But this map is far from over.
Oh, certainly. Side swap, though. UST on defense. We've seen them look pretty good here before. Pulling out as either an 8-4 or 9-3 half versus Blinn. OC fighting into that are going to face down a lot. I think a lot of the pressure is going to lie on Joinio as well. The paint shell timings here in Mail are absolutely critical.
This first fight, equally critical. A second taken. 2 heads hanging from Joinio's belt. And now the rest of OC desperately flooding out of B main. But UST know what the deal is. They know somebody's around here. Clomping around. Certainly heard, too. Joinio's good for a third. Not even dead. His duelist duo will take the other 2. And UST just can't lose a pistol round in this series. That's 6 for 6.
I still will not count my chickens until this nest egg hatches into a proper economy.
We'll see if they go 3 for 6 on second rounds.
That would be that might be like the craziest and dumbest set of stats I've heard in my entire life.
That would be the dumbest stats. Oh,
but still, I mean, it puts him in a good spot, and off the back of Joinio, who is really popping off at the right times now at 6 and 10. Not the greatest game, but good impact frags. Tiger holding it down with Instinct. Nearly runs down a...
I'm gonna be honest. Instinct is partaking in a bit of trolling, though. Not only did he fly in... Like, look, it was a coordinated effort. OC are like, cool, we're gonna fly in here. But he bought the Stinger, too. He's gonna be very broke next round because of that.
Yeah, and USC calmly deflect it. That's with the shot from Nate, man. At distance onto entry. A little bit of help from their teammate to knock that HP beneath headshot range. But now what do you do if you're OC? I mean, you're locked into the middle of the map here. No real options. A paint shell still has been expended by Joinio, so at least you don't have to deal with that. But that is the thinnest of silver linings, Paul.
I think Glyph does hear the jump peek, but he gets full blinded. So does his team. Zonyo going to fall off. No sense in risking the Phantom falling into their hands. Although that being said, Tiger does get caught. Zonyo just waiting to play off the contact from Sake. Sake needs to find something usable. And there it is. No flip this time around. A much better conversion rate on the second rounds for UST. And I feel like this is a good time to remind everybody that the last time these two teams played split in the upper bracket finals, this is one of the maps that UST did take out of the 5 that were played. OC Esports only won 2 rounds on their attacking half, one of which was the 3rd round. So if they don't get a start right here, right now, I'm pretty worried for how this half is going to go.
I mean, you already talked about the investment that Instinct made in the last round. Now it's down to a judge, and I love me a little bit of raised judge play, but it better be good is all I have to say as they sneak up mid here. Pressure in towards B. They're looking for the same pincer attack. This time, Joinho's not there to counter it, though. All the pressure from UST's in mid. Main.
An attempted counterplay there. What? No one expects Instinct there that early in the round. That was 20 seconds into the round, and he had wrapped them in B main. Does get shut down quickly afterwards, though. Stake not picking up anything that was dropped. Not picking up his buddy's gun. And Jakey gets found trying to sneak his way into Mail. Saint returns the favor. I don't know how Joinho's still alive. How is Joinho still alive? There we go. Finally, the right click will get him done.
8 versus 3. It's not even in defensive position, in fact. It's just Entry here making noise to pull him further to that side of the map, and Entry's just going to run away.
Spike planted.
And now Nate knows what's going on.
No sense in saving, though, Nate. And the rest of his team have plenty of money. Let's see how much damage this Cypher can do. Camera not spotting anything usable. At least not in the moment. Oh,
Triggered.
you know, actually sneaks into screens, too. Around the camera going down. Nate aware that Entry will be coming from the middle of the map. So good for at least the first one. And knows where Glyph is now, too. The problem is going to be Yanel. The second that Nate drops, Yanel should know he's there. Trying to sprint across the map. He actually makes it somehow. Flash teed up for Yanel. And
he just wants to do economic damage. He just wants to shoot these players on the way out. Oh, the flash helps Yanel leave.
And not nearly enough time. Still, a gun stolen and a rifle saved. Not a bad play from Nate at all.
No, knocking him down to 2. It is the critical number on round 3. It's making it so that they can't buy nearly as efficiently, and one player here, Entry, is stuck with the shortest of straws, so to speak, and just working with that headhunter. No, they do just scrap together enough. They get him a Phantom. It costs them some light armor on another player. But now, Saint, Entry, Instinct broke. Full commitment, UST's economy doing okay, but this is certainly a swing round if there was one. The same setup we've seen time and time again, though. Covering heaven, Joinho back to a comfort position.
Oh, and Jakey waiting for a timing to swing out this smoke. When does he go? Paint Shell 2 keeps OC locked in mid for a moment longer. Joinho a cheeky angle. Paint Shell doesn't get anywhere near him. The spam doesn't connect either. Jakey does go down, expires, and that's when Joinho strikes. Sake good to hold on to the site for a moment. And he's got to worry about heaven. Does Entry spot him? When does he get seen? Finally, Entry will dispose of the Astra, but not before his own falls. And now it's a 1v1 with only 47 HP.
God.
A Phantom at range versus a Vandal 2. Oh, he barely gets out of that one. And has plenty of time to run over to A.
He's got to walk for a bit here. If he's even the least bit antsy about getting over here, he will absolutely be heard. Is he going to wrap heaven? Oh, he smells something around this corner. The question is simply, how quickly can Nate flick?
30 seconds left.
And does Entry check it?
Yeah, what does he check? Perfectly done.
It's just
7 HP.
Felt like Nate missed that flick by a hair. Oh,
Connected with the body.
One more bullet would have done it. But well done by Entry, checking every last corner. Honestly, the reaction time on the Cypher was, to shoot the Cypher was pretty slow considering that he was already aiming at it, but it was more than enough to get the job done, I suppose, by 6 health points. That's the game all tied up. OC solidify their economy. UST Got to take a little bit of a lower buy here, but they're certainly not out.
I mean, Showstopper's still available too, right?
Yeah, and last round was still expensive, mind you. Like, OC are not free and clear.
OC do feel pretty confident in their gun advantage, though. Maybe they shouldn't. Trapwires, guys. You still got to clear the site of utility. Nate has always been pretty good at picking those up and is the one player with a rifle as well. Nice little track there from Entry to get Jakey in the smoke. Oh, up, stuck in the corner. The rocket doesn't land, though. Joinio whiffs it. And outside of that one pick, nothing goes right for UST.
Yeah, strong attempt, but now the economy of OC is finally going to be solidified. Couple of ultimates up for either side, though. This is the pivotal round. This is actually where I expect UST to kind of take a pause. I would not be surprised in the least. Despite the close score line, a round like this is vitally important for turning around the momentum of the half.
That's just a really nice spray from Entry there. I feel like if Entry misses that and has to TP just to the other corner with Jakey still in the smoke right there, a rocket coming, I feel like that round goes very differently.
Absolutely. See if this one goes differently, though. OC, basically the same execute that we saw beforehand from them, this time dodging the trapwire that got them killed last time.
What a deep lockdown. Not using it to take the site, but taking the site and then covering the plant with it. Look how deep Glyph can play into the enemy spawn.
You want to fight it?
Cosmic Divide and everything. You know, maybe stepping a bit too far forward. Instinct totally blind. Never gonna hit that rocket.
Every ultimate on the board has been used at this point. Instinct connects 1, UST with 3 alive versus 4 on the retake. It's hard into Glyph. It's harder into Entry and Glyph. Just Tiger remains, but he does find one player. It's 2 more he's on the hunt for. Glyph holding the swing and makes it simple. A surgical headshot amputates Tiger's head from his body.
Their tech is only as good as their skill. And then we have some
And I mean, what is it? I think 9 of the last 15 rounds have been... No, that's not right. Is it? A lot of the most recent rounds. I can't. Caster math. Why did I try? Why did I try to do math? Why did you let me do math, Dor? On air.
Know, man.
How
Don't
could
talk
you
to
do
me.
this to me? I trusted you. The point is, OC, after being down so far, 06 have now somehow made it back. Oh, 10 of the last 12. I got it. Figured it out.
There you go. I mean, they're going to continue to beat the dead horse that is A, but I'm not sure it's dead any longer. Xiaoinho is here to play, and along with a couple of really nifty birds from sight that Tiger's throwing in to help out, I don't think they're going to give this position up as easily as you might think they will. Heaven's nice to control and everything, but those stingers at close range on site when you try to push into their spawn are going to be pretty painful.
Now the question for me is how much...
Are they going to do the same?
Jakey
They're going
get
to do the
out of
same
this?
rotate. They're primed to. The same rotate that we saw earlier out of UST.
Well, they
No,
would
they're not
have
gonna.
had Nate not gotten rid of their lurker. Glyph falling to him, and Jakey not cleared! That's what I was talking about! The rat angle with a Vandal in hand. Don't overheat here, UST. You have the advantageous position.
One rifle.
Saint trying to bait the one shot so it makes it seem like he dropped.
The flank. Oh, Nate. Oh, Nate doesn't catch the
Timing
timing,
doesn't
actually.
work out.
It
30
looked
seconds
like
left.
he was going to catch it, but it's Saint who slips away. Now, the 2 players on site trying to make sure they cover that spike, but they're having to take wide angles in order to do so. These 1v1s are isolatable. If he can just find the right angle, and he does. It's Tiger
Heaven.
up first.
14 seconds. Nate in Heaven is still such an issue. 1 down, 1 good for it, but you have to recover the spike. And Nate is watching with a bird's eye view. A thrifty for UST to get them back on the board.
And it's been every single map. At least a couple times. A half we're getting thrifties out of these teams. It doesn't seem that economy has as much of a role to play in this game as maybe it should. The consistency just isn't there, but that's how it is when the stakes are this high. The nerves are on, and you get players both making mistakes and popping off, and I mean, it's a flurry of both. You can't blame it either way. UST is just playing out of their minds in moments like that, and now they come in, weapons acquired, ultimates in hands, and a lot of opportunities to play things like a retake with that ultimate from Seikyu.
Entry and Jakey both using their econ alts to give themselves more formidable weaponry. Try to save some money as both teams are not in the most comfortable position. Really nice paint shell. Oh, only barely does Instinct make it out of that one. Junior thought about swinging, but then he heard 2 guns. Decided against it. Instead, just gonna give B Heaven over. Fully disengages. A lot of utility being used here to try and keep them out, but with Jauinho getting spammed, Entry locked into the angle. A Cyber Cage gives a little room for Nate to play on the site.
They can rotate back to A, yeah. Oh, no, yeah, they're just leaving. All right, Tiger. This is a Tiger position if I've seen one. This is a position he loves to be in.
He's been hanging around that sign a lot, though. OC should be well aware that he'll be around. And they know that Jakey's here, too. Ooh.
Crouching Tiger, hidden Jakey. It's not going to be easy. Fight their way through this one. The crossfire's difficult to get past, and they still haven't checked behind the sign. Yanel spots Tiger, breathes a sigh of relief as now they know where all the players are, but they still don't have the spike at that site.
Entry, does he have the time? He finds Jakey, that's a chance. Saint coming in to try and clean it up, but he's not looking at Tiger. He needs that more than ever. Entry jumps across, but there's no way he had enough time. Tied up at double digits for our 3rd map of the Grand Finals.
What did I tell you? It's a Tiger position when players are forced into him. When that spike's not down, when he just has a place to hold and players have to come to him. Tiger and Nate, bro. Every single time. Those hard anchors. It doesn't matter what site they're on, dude. They're going to get incredible trades. They're going to live, almost more importantly than anything. Like, Tiger got the first 2 and then just found a nice corner to sit in. Like, was not giving anything else away. Those are 2 players that you practically never see overheat. And I think it's that measured, like, fight-taking that really makes him so incredible.
Ooh. Instinct thinking better of flying into the gravity well there. Instead, he'll just get rid of a little bit of information for UST. They'll now have to keep at least 1 player here anchoring, making sure no one sneaks out of that smoke because the trap wire is no longer covering it. Still a cam in mail, though. Not currently being watched, but it'll be good for info later. We'll probably spot Glyph before too long. Really nice paint shell as well. Oh, so well done, Jauinho! Excellent work. Now just 2 stand for OC. I mean, Saint is in a pretty tricky position, but Jakey, it feels like he's aware of it.
Even if he's not aware of it, he's incidentally watching the correct angle. Oh, but Saint. Did just get one. He's going to pick up a Vandal. 2v3. Take a look at the positioning of that Sky, though. She's mighty far away, and Saint hasn't actually secured this ang. Tiger's still holding it. Again, an incredible anchor player.
30 seconds
Heals up the team. They're 3. They know they can retake this. Your only job is to not get sprayed down by Yanel, which sometimes easier said than done. They know it's a fake plant now. This one feels more real, but all 3 players... Just don't get sprayed down. Don't get sprayed down. Okay, you're good.
Nah, not even close. Really got to give shout-outs to Tiger there. I love the reposition. He always plays behind sign. He always plays there, right? So when Saint shows up to the A site, he expects Tiger to be somewhere on the actual site, somewhere behind the sign or over an elbow. But Tiger's thought 10 steps ahead. Like, oh, if they're going to pivot over to A, I don't want to be standing where I normally am. They'll have the information advantage. So instead, looks around through screen, see if anyone snuck past Jakey as well, or Jakey's corpse, rather. OC Esports on the last vestige of their economy. A lot of pings going down toward A. Are they going to try something a little bit more heavy-handed? Seems pretty likely. Jakey with an op for the first time this whole weekend.
Wait, this might be like a really good choice.
There's no way you expect this.
There's no way OC's sitting. Yeah, there's no way they think this is coming out. The counter dog. And not only is the operator there, but Tiger's there to shoot a prospective dog from Yanel as well. So any bit of scouting that would be done on the operator is like not going to happen if Tiger can avoid it.
Only Nate showed on that Trailblazer sent out by the defense, so not much information gained. Only a couple of players hanging around here. Tiger doesn't even actually take Instinct. Needed a little help from Jakey there. But with Instinct dying, OC have to rethink what angle they want to truly approach from. They're going to try and sneak past their own Cosmic Divide up in heaven and get themselves a power position.
They're gonna try and rotate to B again. Like again, they're getting squeezed that direction. But there's a lot of Cypher util.
Cameron
Nate
now.
and Seikyu are there to stop it. If they make that move, I'm not sure they're gonna survive it. In fact, they might not even finish making the move. This could very well end up in a lot of death. Nate taken down. Good flick by Glyph, and it bails OC out for now, but they still have to get to that site. Seikyu still has not been dealt with. Show! For 2!
And the op perfectly hits. UST up to map point. What a domination of the map from UST in that round. The operator holding on to the A site. OC, the only place they could go was A heaven, but UST more than comfortable trapping them there. Nate doesn't even necessarily get that much, and OC, they feel pressured to have to go for something more. You know, 2 versus potentially 3 over toward that side of the map. They felt like they needed to ensure a safer plant. But they pushed right into the showstopper. That's not how you win a round. He does whiff the one shot.
Still with operator in hand. Remember, this is not a role that he's particularly used to, having the operator between his 2 hands. He's got a lockdown anyways. Tiger at the back of sight. Next one shot. A lot of damage onto Saint, but not that much. The grand scheme of things, Jakey now has an angle to work with, and they didn't actually get to do that much. He holds it despite the attacking lockdown, and the operator quickly stops any plans OC had of making this map go to overtime. UST win a critical map number 3 in order to take away their map pick.
I've heard of shooting fish in a barrel. I've never heard of dropping a hand grenade into a barrel full of fish. That's what Xiaoyinho just did, dude. The fish desperately try to jump out and get clocked by a bullet. What a map from UST. They're now up to match point 1 away from getting their revenge against OC Esports for setting them down to the lower bracket. They took down Blinn earlier, I believe, in the bracket. I mean, this day's been so crazy. I have to double check. Pretty sure UST also beat TAMU, yeah, in a 3-map series in the semifinal. An unbelievably valid run through the bracket thus far, and now they're just a map away from their prize door.
That they are, but I'm not convinced. It's 2-1.
These next 2 maps are hard.
This is not a hill to climb, but a mountain pull. And let's see if they brought their hiking gear, ladies and gentlemen. We're coming back after a quick break to see if UST can close this thing out.
Orb for you, Glyph. Orb for you,
On the
Glyph.
left, on the left. Flank, 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 flank.
Blank. Purdy ulted mate.
We're going in heaven.
Nice pick.
Heaven, heaven.
Essentially, one of my good friends who I traveled with on a different collegiate team a long time ago, named Tiger, or Anthony as I know him, he DM'd me about 6 months before I joined, like offering the opportunity essentially. I was able to connect with the director around 6 months after he even DM'd me because I wasn't interested at the time. But then I realized that maybe collegiate is really the way I wanted to go, and so I ended up getting in touch with him. I got brought on. I even brought on one of my former teammates on an old tier 2 team that I used to play for. And yeah, that's pretty much how it went down. I'd say it's a little bit of a more relaxing environment. Like in tier 2, you're fighting for like a salary, like your spot. But collegiate is like a new scene where I'm able to like almost feel myself like beating out every competition. Like it's not a competition so big that I feel like I can't take it on yet. Like in comparison to like tier 2 and tier 1, you're playing against like the Optic, the TSM, the Guard, teams like that where I think I need more time to develop to play against. But now I'm at like the top level of collegiate and I feel like I could face anyone and beat them on a day-to-day basis. But OC is definitely fun to play against because it's teammates that I've played with in tier 2. Eli and Glyph in particular are people that we played versus in tier 2, and Saint and Entry we had sub for us in the Red Bull Campus Clutch. So I basically knew the way they were going to play. It sucked that we lost, but it was definitely an interesting learning experience. Yeah, a lot of people seem to doubt us, like specifically like the collegiate VAL hub rankings. Like they want to say like, or like the people on the council want to vote, say like we're not going to beat these teams. But I feel like what we showed last weekend wasn't what we can truthfully do, and the practice that we're putting in is going to show this weekend.
Last map was a doozy. UST, I'm sure they're breathing a sigh of relief, but it'll be a short-lived one at that, as the next two maps are going to require a whole lot of muscle. This is the advantage that OC Esports have been playing for quite some time. The winners bracket allowed them to ban 2 maps in a row at the beginning of the series, effectively knocking it down to 5 maps that they wanted. Last one we saw Split go the way of UST. This was a map that OC had to decide between whether they wanted to play this or Ascent. They chose this, and unfortunately, it wasn't the right one on the right day. Like I said, we're going to 2 more, and these are the 2 that UST probably least wanted around.
Split is just a phenomenal map for UST, but now we go to probably what you have to assume is, if not their worst map, their least comfortable, right? Lotus is UST's permaban, and like Dor said, keep in mind, it is 2 bans for OC Esports. Suppose Ascent and Fracture were OC bans, not UST. So Lotus slipping into the map pool because UST don't get any bans is worst case scenario for them in theory. And we talked about a lot on Haven how UST, when they're messing around with comps, when they're figuring out the map, it gets really tricky for them to show us the same sort of success as maps where they're comfortable. Places like Split or Fracture or even Pearl, right? Ascent was a great map for them, but they get so few chances to actually play their bread and butter maps They have to try and steal away either Lotus or Icebox. I feel like Lotus is the less likely of those two, especially considering Collegiate. We know how it goes, Door. Most teams permaban the new map because they don't want to play it.
Yeah, and it seems like they haven't had the opportunity to play it, but that also makes them a bit of an unknown factor. They could have seen this coming. They've definitely scrimmed it at least a few times, right, to make sure that it is around should they need it for a situation like this. But like we said, when they're prepared, they're hyper prepared. And when they're not prepared, it seems like they're flying by the seat of their pants. So it's really up in the air what we're going to get from UST. My also question, though, is what are we going to get from OC? Like, it's not like they play this map that much either. Like, most teams permaban it against them. So, like, twice is, like, a little bit, but it's not that much in the grand scheme of things. So how dialed in are they? I think a big factor that's going to come into this map is actually the Haven effect, where it almost doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, preparation, obviously, but not as much as other maps, because on a map this large, 3 sites, massive rotate options, and a lot of mid-round calls to be made, you see teams like OC thrive despite, or whether or not they have the preparation.
And realistically, it's only one, like, good play, I should say, right? One was against, like, UTD Green in the, like, qualifiers for, like, I think it was the first round of our bracket, right? So it's like the round of 64. No offense to UTD Green, I don't think they're as strong as UST are.
Controversial
generally
statement,
speaking.
Paul.
Yeah, I know. I'm playing with fire on that one. But their other play on Lotus was against UH Premier. It was a very solid win. An interesting composition for them. I want to see if they run it here today. Not only does Entry stay on that chamber, which I really don't think did much of anything on Split, to be frank. Not only does he stay on that chamber for Lotus, but Yanel actually picking up the Neon too, or at least last time. That's how it went. I wonder if that is the composition that they'll be comfortable with. Entry does, in fact, pick up the chamber, and it's matched at that by Nate on the other side of things.
I was worried this was going to happen. I mean, this is another map with a big, long angle that you want an operator on, and Jake just doesn't have that in his system. He pulled it out, and it was a trump card because of how much surprise factor it had for them in the last map,
right.
But it's not his normal position. Instead, they want to run the Sentinel on their chamber. Nate must be comfortable enough with an operator in his hands, because that C site is exactly where he's going to be posted up a lot of the time.
Well, and it pulls Nate off of that cipher that, we've seen him be so comfortable on. Glyph, on the other hand, going right back to it. Glyph had a lot of impact early on in the series. Has been a little bit more quiet these last couple of maps, I suppose, at least relative to map number 1. Be interesting to see how this double Sentinel comp works out for OC Esports. At least, I mean, it is a 3-site map, right? So double Sentinel, you at least get a lot of coverage on the map. I think Cypher is a great pick here, especially with the camera. You can cover so many angles, and you can just put trap wires up on, like, those doors that rotate and can be destroyed, and kind of forget about it at least for a little while.
Yeah. I mean, the trade-off here of not running the Cypher and the chamber, because I think ideally you would have, or if you were to play OC's comp on USG's side, right, you would probably put, like, Joinho on the chamber maybe, and then shift Nate back onto the Cypher that he's so comfortable on. But what you get in return for that is Joinho on a comfort pick, and then notice Jakey and Tiger are both playing flashes. We saw this on Fracture, where those two would pair up with Joinho and make for some of the deadliest early round combos we've seen in a hot minute. Just pocketing Joinho and throwing flash after flash after flash at the opposing side and letting that Raze player go to town. So a lot being invested into him, but he's proven profitable in the past.
OC will start on their defense for their final map pick of the series. After this, we go to the tiebreaker of Icebox. If OC can manage to take away the newest map addition to Valorant.
Speaking of which, we should talk a little bit about things we expect to see a lot on this map. Generally speaking, the 3 lanes do make it play very similar to Haven. We talked about the mid-round calls being important. Wow, he was schmoving.
Sake has no fear. UST are feeling it. We've talked about them. UST are a confidence-driven team. They're up to match point. They won their best 2 maps. Sure, Haven didn't go their way, but it was never going to. Maybe it's overconfidence, though. Nate already getting blasted. At least the spike will get planted.
I mean, you're pretty happy with the spike plant here. Jake, you look for shots. Entry drops low, pulls back to try and help with the Yanellen crew. Glyph now pushing forward, but not much to help him because of the low health on that chamber. A lot of trades either way, but at the end of the day, it's OC coming in for the retake. They were just there too quick. They didn't give USC the opportunity to set up for those post plants that we know they could be so deadly in.
Yeah, and I'm not. Look, it's pistol. I'm not gonna sound the gun. Although that is the first.
No.
UST lost.
It's not just any pistol ball.
That's the first pistol UST have lost. Actually, I'm not quite sounding the alarm bells yet, but I will say, like, even off just one round, you can tell the stark difference in preparation between like split post plant and Lotus post plant. Considering this is like UST's permaban, they really didn't. It's not the style we saw on Split where they find their corners, they find their perfect crosses, and they use utility perfectly to give themselves advantageous fights. It's a lot looser. It's a lot more like jazz rather than some strict classical music.
Nothing too jazzy about this one. A strong take from UST, and where you see them position themselves right now, using a lot of abilities to take this area called Rubble, is where you set up for a lot of the map. Even if you're going C, taking Rubble and control of this area of the map is critically important. It's allowed them to push up towards A here, but I don't think they have the weaponry to really get through. Glyph and Yanell are going to mow them down with the help of these machine guns. And a good example round from UST, who show us exactly how this map's going to be played a lot of the time. But unfortunately, yeah, they just don't have the firepower to back it up.
And now we just have to see how UST operate in a gun round. Are they going to continue their one-directional takes like we saw on Haven? Like we've seen all week on Haven, actually.
I mean, it's going to be a lot of this. Look at other teams line up. Now that we have both guns, both teams are going to contest Rubble pretty heavily. And once you have control of that area, you can shift it to other areas of the map. But early round, this is arguably the most important position on the map, and I actually think that's inarguable. At times. A good stun does connect onto a couple people, and it results in a forward position here for UST.
Just utility traded, but they're pretty happy about that. Nate is in such a cheeky spot. He's just snuck in there. And now, I mean, OC, you have to be so nervous about where you're going to get pinched from. Look, Sake actually finding, almost the perfect timing.
This is what Rubble control gives you. You see how they can poke and prod around other parts of the map, and all that OC can do is kind of sit back and hope that they're in the right position because all their rotate lanes are cut off. All their opportunities to play through B and A are cut off. In UST, at the flip of a quarter, can switch sides of the map, can switch over to B, or make an execute on A like they are right now.
Good bit of damage dealt. Jakey at least falls. 3v4. And Sake knocked down to just 5 HP as well. But it's hard to remove UST from their spots right now.
I don't think they want to go for this. Entries operator's too expensive. You don't have the money to do this.
It should just be a clear disengage. Maybe Glyph will poke his head out, try and put one gun on the floor. But nothing more than that.
This does speak well, though, to the preparation of UST. On a map that is relatively linear early round, you do get to that mid-round stage that we were talking about with the IGLing and stuff and making sure you have the right calls. But early round, making sure you have good executes for Rubble is critical. And I think in almost every way, UST just out-executed OC on it. So, see how much control they actually managed to get of it over the series. I'll definitely be counting kind of round per round which team is managing to control that area more.
Sure.
Because I think that'll be a great indicator for later on in the map.
And UST have also succeeded the most when they get those early advantages, right? When they put themselves in an advantageous position in the first 20 seconds of the round, when they get first blood, when they get positions of power. So that is...
They don't choke that much, Paul.
They don't choke much. But if they get dumpstered in the first 10 seconds, okay, I don't know how Sake survives that. And gets a second. Trades Tiger back. Instinct's gone. And this is just a free A site.
Yeah, I would say Rubble control, but with the 2 kills, they can just execute if they really want to. Spray down on Sake is going to be pretty nice. His spike's also very late to A, but 3 on 2 here. the attackers, and they're going to get to their post plant positions because the other team is waiting for that chamber. So they get to play this virtually however they want. And UST, like we say, always want that.
Oh, Jakey re-peeking up here. So well done. So intelligent. He fell back to ping the second neural theft. And then dips his hand in the cookie jar for just a bit more. 2v2. Great trades. But now Joinho's left alone. Satchels trying to deny a swing, and he gives himself cover to take down entry.
Huge round from UST. A beautiful start to it as well. The control, the early kills has been dominated by UST, and like we said, their conversion rate is through the roof. I'm excited to see what they have on offer for us. I mean, eventually you can shift your control away from Rubble, right? It doesn't have to be every single round that you vie for it, but let's be real with ourselves. From what we've seen in the Lotus, it seems to be most every round
And also,
that you're
like,
vying for it.
UST on a map that they're not very comfortable on. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you keep winning Rubble and you keep winning A, you're fine. Although Sake is getting spotted. Oh, just narrowly survives the paint shell.
Someone's going to bail him out here. Yeah, it's going to be Joinho. Wow,
He gets
beautifully
healed, too.
played, and he gets healed. Really, really nice stuff. We do have to start thinking about other parts of the map, though, because it's been Rubble control into A time and time again, and like we said, even with Rubble control, even with all the options you give yourself from that area of the map, when was the last time we saw this team rotate? Like, they need to prove they have other options, otherwise OC is going to start gamble stacking, and things are going to get a little bit uglier.
Does the run through vent that they did on split count as a rotate?
That was the one time.
I think that's literally the one time all weekend. Maybe a couple times on Ascent yesterday. It was a pretty long game. 30 rounds. They probably rotated once.
As long as OC keeps letting them get away with it, though, this Rubble to A.
And look how much more and more investment UST
God,
are
they're
pulling
just
toward Rubble.
doubling
There's
down.
almost 4 players. I mean, Saint's going to hang around.
Because at some point, it's just like who pulls the trump card first. Like, does
Exactly.
UST run it down C while there's a 4 stack on Rubble, or is it going to be the inverse?
Oh, thank God the stun missed those little guys. Oh, it hit a few of them. Oh, no. Oop. Yeah, that paranoia is going to have to work overtime. Get him out of this position.
Well, it did.
Wow, hugs the wall. This is an ambitious spot. Now he's going to try and get out of
Yeah,
there.
look
Actually
out.
blown back into it by his buddy accidentally. He'll make it out alive, though, and that's what really counts. Sentry even good for the cover on it, but traded right back. Good work from Sake.
Great work by UST. That was a massive investment from OC, and UST just calmly fight it back. They rotate away. They take that Rubble control. The From the Shadows gives them C control because of the quick rotation from OC. They've been read like a book, and UST are in control of the round. They've got to deal with this Cypher utility. But once they're past there, they should be home free to plant this spike.
Sake! They had no idea where he went.
No.
Already good for 1. Gotta be careful. Saint hot on his heels. But manages to retreat back to the site. The spike hasn't been planted yet. That might be a spinnable spot? No, not quite. Rocket does go wide, though. Joinho not connecting with his explosives this time around. Sake's just doing it all right now. That's already 3. If Saint swings into the smoke, should have been good for 4, but ran out of bullets. Oh, no! No ace for him this time around. Joinho at least cleaning it up alongside Nate, though. Keeps UST with a comfortable lead.
I love that. I'm seeing rotates from them. UST also a strong understanding, it seems, of I'm saying Rubble a lot. I should like really start paying attacks for it, but you really can't say it enough when you're talking about Lotus.
Need like a swear jar, but for Rubble.
Oh God, please. That'd get expensive really quick.
It would be.
But the control was really good. They understood the ultimates coming towards them. They countered them beautifully. It seems like the on-the-fly thinking and ability usage from UST and how they respond to every piece of util that's coming out from OC is getting a lot of big wins here. Now OC, nothing to work with in terms of economy, are flashed off by 1 bird, and it's instant control for UST of the map. A quick rotate, though, by OC. They're going to gamble for this one.
Yeah, they're going to get here in time, though, and is the firepower going to be worth anything? Bulldog, Vandal, couple of chances, and entry is good for 1 off just a headhunter. Trades back, too. Hang on, this is 2v2. And Saint just a little bit late on that timing. A fake bird chucked out. So much
Nate snuck
attention
forward.
on Tiger. And Nate sneaks around.
Oh,
Bro,
stretches the
Nate has
legs,
something
gives him the
against Janelle,
beans.
dude.
He does. I love it.
It's spicy.
This is not how we expected this map to go, Paul. I think we can
Not
say
even
that
slightly.
to begin with. And this is the point in the map, in the point in the series where you're like, wait a minute. Like, this was not only our map pick. This is UST's permaban in a series where they literally didn't get a ban.
Bro, imagine
And it's
just the
5-2
biggest-
right now. And it's not even like 5-2 for like money reasons. It's 5-2 because UST is outplaying them tactically.
Is that Nate using the Tour de Force? I can't imagine Entry would use Tour de Force while he's got an operator. Oh yeah,
Yes,
it is Nate. Huh, interesting.
I
Looking
think
for
they
the
have a
trap
lot
wire.
of money.
A little bit
is what this
shallow on
means.
it. Actually, Sig
Whoa.
probably sees that one and even stops the show. Oh my. Eventually we'll get traded back, you know, good for that one. And TPing, trying to get on a different angle, but is there really anywhere for him to go? He even hits his buddy with a paranoia. Saint can't swing. At least good for Jakey. Where has Joinho found himself? What? Okay, wrap to C. Another rotate. Let's go.
That wasn't even a rotate from Rubble. Like, there was a teensy bit of pressure Rubble, but this was UST pulling the trump card that I was talking about earlier, where, like, OC invests more and more and more and more on that side of the map, and all of a sudden, I look at what UST get practically for free. A player snuck all the way down C.
In such deep control, too. This retake is going to take so long.
Mm-hmm.
Joinho
Is
doesn't
it even
overstay
worth
his
it?
welcome.
This is a reasonable save 3v3, which I say unironically.
They're going to go for it, OC. They know they need rounds on the board just as badly as they need those guns, and it goes pretty well to start off. Joinho still tucked into this corner, good for one, but Entry will shut him down.
A little bit of sweat on the palms of OC's players, but they pull it out. 2 rifles recovered from a round where they already didn't have much to work with, but along with those 2 rifles, they drag ashore a point for their labors. What can they piece together here? A Guardian, some light armor. Entry does have the Tour de Force, so economic ultimate available to kind of see them through this, but now the jig is up. It seems as if UST can go anywhere on the map, and no longer can OC just reliably plant 4 people in Rubble. They won't. They'll spread themselves right back out.
With the operator. Gonna have to do some work. And doesn't quite hit that first shot. Saw quite a few players, though. You have to imagine this pulse rotates. Yeah, even the From the Shadows used so that Yanel can get in position to defend C. Paranoia at the ready for if his buddies get pushed. But no one's daring to go out through the smoke. Entry 1 with the Tour de Force. This is a difficult setup. Will eventually get hunted down, and Jakey dispatches Yanel. A B transition here. UST are fluid on Lotus. But the spike is so far. Instinct. A little bit quicker, and he might have ruined this round.
Oh, Saint with a big set of 2, though. UST rest on their laurels for a moment too long. Saint now wants more.
Ooh.
Drips for a 3rd, and he seems a little mad. I'm not gonna lie.
Look, Nate's been giving it to him all series. Gotta spray some back, you know.
Yeah, let him know.
Let him know. Let him know. Up to 4. Okay. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good about Lotus now. I was worried.
It's been well played, but UST are going back to unreliable. Okay, this is
like, all right,
this
guys.
is
Let's
the
get rolling.
real test of, like, can we actually stop this Rebel take ever?
Right.
There are 3 people here, which is the average amount that you're gonna have. And OC continue to struggle. Everybody's flashed off. A fantastic take here by UST, but it's shut down by the operator of Entry. Can't connect the second shot. Nate gets in. The position is given up, and only for a 1-for-1 trade. UST are loving this right now.
That op's stolen away too, Jakey. I mean, it's not a rifle, but he'll take it over just the sheriff he was holding. Not an ideal trade at all for OC. And look how they have to tuck themselves into A. Jakey, even just creeping forward, gets rid of the breach counterpart. Now he's holding. He knows where Glyph wants to swing from.
Oh, yeah.
Glyph won't give him the chance. But how do you stop UST when they finally decide it's time to take A?
Well, they're playing patient because the trademark's behind UST, but so is the control from the Raze player in Instinct right now. So they know they've got UST locked down. It's just a question of can the players on site get the job done. Yanel needs to spray transfer. He can't hit it. Joinho trades. Back of the site is Glyph. Shuts down the show. Jakey trades. And 2-on-1 now for Instinct from the flank.
Jakey's watching. Not the right angle. Boom bot. But Jakey's ready this time around. A collat through the boom bot. It's not a very effective shield, turns out.
It's going to take a little bit more than that to stop an operator bullet. And at the hands of Entry's operator, no less.
You gotta just make a, like, make the boom bot out of, like, Kevlar or something, you know? I don't know if that would stop an op. But, you know.
I think this whole Rebel thing is starting to get painful for OC. It was fun when UST started exploring other parts of the map as a threat, but now you have to worry about other parts of the map more. You can't do that 4-player gamble stack anymore. Those 2 rounds might have been well invested for UST, even if they lost them.
Oh, poor Saint.
My God, bro.
He just didn't stand a chance, man. Look at this. Feels really well rehearsed too from UST. If they made this up on the fly,
no, they haven't.
Hats off to them.
No chance.
For their permaban, for them to have this in their pocket, you gotta wonder: do UST just ban this because they don't want to show it? For situations like this? Oh, Nate's just destroying them.
So much on the table here. Entry with the headhunter. You're gonna have much to aim at here on rope.
Bro, he's gonna have to live up to the ability's name, hunting heads. Yeah, that's nice from Glyph. I don't think you're gonna get much more.
Not versus 4, that's for sure. UST secure themselves another round, and no, this is definitely rehearsed. My question is, how recently was it rehearsed? Like, they've definitely scrimmed the map at the very least. Like, this is a fantastic team.
And
they've done it.
permabanned it yesterday, right?
But
Like, they kept
permabanned.
with their habit.
I don't think
did UST like take this week to learn a little bit of Lotus so that for this match right here they could pull it out?
I'm gonna be honest. I think it was probably last night. Like, knowing collegiate teams, like, you know you're walking into this. You are almost guaranteed playing Lotus today. It's your permaban. You know you're getting double banned against. This is the map you study. Because it's the one you know
we're
that's
really in the
be
weeds here, Dor. We're really into the theory weeds of maybe they did this, that, or the other thing. However, Lotus has fallen into their wheelhouse. It's been a very comfortable attack thus far. The map far from over. OC could wrap up a 5th here and give themselves a decent defense at the very least. Entry with an operator. But again, that just how do you stop this Rebel control? Okay, Instinct's gonna try fly forward with the Judge. Not the ideal angle for it. I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy, but he gives a big cover for Yanel to trade. It's not awful.
No, but the
And
control's
Entry's
still
locking
given
them
over
in
to
behind.
UST. That's kind of the big thing to look at is how much Entry can hold that info, but they know they're playing probably 3v2 in this site. Peeks at the right time. Saint drops low, and 3 players close in on his position.
Good cover from Glyph. That's not half bad, and the timing works out for him to find Jakey. Gets caught before the neural theft can go off, but at least gets it out to help his teammates. Joinho. Get your gun out, buddy.
Is he thinking about the flank? I don't think he's thinking about the flank right now. He's thinking about the 1v1, and he wins it.
Oh.
Another player. Now he's worried about behind. He's seen the chamber come from here before. Entry held off by a grenade for a moment. The peek comes in, and Zhaoi's fighting Ghost. He has no clue where this player is. The shadows off the buildings could scare him at this point, but he's got the right angle. Entry's got the right shot, though. A win for OC makes it a 5-7 half, but one that was hard fought either way.
Hey, they finally won a round where UST went Rebel. It just took all 12.
It took everything.
It took everything, man.
I thought Joinho had that for a second, man. He was holding the right angle at the right time. It was just a great shot.
But I mean, if nothing else, I'm just excited that UST on a map they've never played before as a full 5 in a actual match that they were putting up at the very least a good performance, right? We'll see how their defense goes. Now they have to solve the problem of getting Rebel control on the defense, and it looks like OC, based on the pings on the minimap, they're going to bypass the idea of Rebel early on and book it to B.
A gutsy play for early on, but when you have less util, a lot of the time playing for the other sites is a great option. Pistol round, we see it a lot more. It took till round 3 for us to see a match on Rebel in the last half, so kind of expect something similar here. UST, though, evading it well. Jakey, no way you get 2 here. Doesn't. Would have been criminal to do so, but a lot of damage is done. 2 players now clearing their way onto the site. Sake can't beat the double angle, though. And it's OC with 2 members alive, putting a pistol round up on the board. They're second in a row, I might add.
And that'll give OC not a comfortable lead, but a possible one in this series, despite how much of a struggle their defense was. They'll have a massive gun advantage going into this next round, and really it's only Nate with the Headhunter and a couple of paltry Sheriffs. Now OC are considering Rubble as well. So you can see when actual utility and guns are available, when they can reliably use their utility as an attacking team to flush defenders off of Rubble, they're far more interested in this side of the map.
Oh, but they kind of just use it as a fake, and then they walk into the mid pressure from UST. It's actually, I think they're actually somewhat fortunate to have not lost a player in that trade.
Quick take to see, though. Wrapping around the stairwell. Instincts made good time here. And the boom bot will clear out back towards the defender spawn. So this plant can go off without a hitch.
UST do a little damage here, though. That's the big question we're asking ourselves. Small site. Though Cher is pretty deadly there. Entry dropped down low, but trade's too good. Saint's going to mow him down. Joinio and friends coming in from the other side, but I don't think there's much to be done here, Paul. We're looking at another big bonus round for OC.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you take a Spectre away, but that doesn't really matter. Honestly, it's arguable that Tiger and Joinio should just try and tuck themselves into a corner, die to the spike.
I'm here for
That way they don't give alt orbs over. I mean, Saints nearly got the Rolling Thunder on round 3 of the half.
A little bit of farming has been done.
He's running toward them. I actually really like this, because he dies, and then he gets an orb because of it. So he's got the Rolling Thunder. He didn't care about that Spectre. He wants his ult.
I think this is a fantastic. It's a huge trump card in a 3rd round, and I mean, their bonus is already pretty fine. This is an opportunity to really swing things in OC's favor. Question is, how do they want to do it? I mean, if you use the ult early, it's basically guaranteed Rubble control, but is Rubble control a guaranteed round win for OC right now when they're already at a weaponry disadvantage?
You could also try and fight for Rubble control and then use that as a staging ground. I mean, Rolling Thunder is really good at taking any of these sites on Lotus, but especially A.
It's like a pinch through mid. Instinct is
This is the second time
miles
Instinct's been here.
deep in USG's backline. Sake does know about it, but not much to do. The map's been sliced in half, and oh my god, he is in there. Spawn, brother. Now they're thinking about behind them. Are they? They have to be.
I don't know if they are, truly. No, not when a Rolling Thunder's chucked at you. You're not thinking about behind you. You're thinking about where the Rolling Thunder came from. Only after seeing Instinct will they know. And they managed to find the perfect timing.
God!
I can't believe Jakey was able to give them that info. And then Tiger, Joinio, they do the rest.
Jakey bailed him out. Literally spots Instinct at the last possible moment before things got mega hairy. The Rolling Thunder caught both players. Instinct had the perfect angle. Jakey, though, the rotate timing. Reiner, this is the IGL, so that is on him. Make sure that the teammate stays alive, and with Instinct going down, the entire attack of OC crumbles. UST pull their way ahead in economy and are one round away from breaking OC. Let's take a look at how they want to do this, though. Not much pressure on Rubble for either side.
Straight to B.
Actually, just an early bird straight to B here for OC, and what? I think it's gonna go too well for him. Sake domes the first, and that gives his next teammate pause. Now OC are stuck. Little map control, but Glyph winning away Rubble is actually huge for them.
Glyph might have just saved this round.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm gonna be honest. Instinct, considering the timing of that paranoia and the satchel charge, I am shocked that he decided to detonate and still try to go for it.
It's Nate in an acre position. This is winnable. This is very winnable for the Sentinel player of UST. Leaves immediately. Leaves Jacob to do his bidding. He got the picks he needed to. This Sentinel player is something else. Nate simply cannot be killed, Paul.
And Jakey's just so good in the fight. Jakey's so good in a gunfight. The way he resets there, the way he's so confident that Glyph, the player who dropped 40 on map 1, is not going to beat him in a fight. I want to take a look at this gunfight again. Hold on, let's see it. Boom! The sidestep reads. It's
So clean.
that's some tasty mechanics.
All right, now things shift over. OC has admitted fault. They say, you know what? We are playing Lotus. We do need to buy for Rubble control
All right,
now.
Fine. I guess we'll go to Rubble.
Yeah. But USC controversially playing really far back to give them this. I'd love to see an early rotate to compensate. But they're not even going to do that. Yeah, the breach is making their way over. So relatively early rotate, but maybe it's still late.
Glyph? Oh, man.
You can't write this stuff,
Bro,
Paul.
Sake, you might want to change your pants after that one, buddy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, I mean,
This
nice
is
pick from entry.
very
This is
winnable.
actually, vaguely winnable. It's more than vaguely winnable now. Hello?
Okay, we're out of headhunters, though, for entry, I believe. Oh, no, he still does have some shots.
Just go get the rifle. He just got one. Yeah, he's picked up a rifle now. Who needs the headhunter?
This map's been flipped literally upside down, but it's okay. 2 versus 3 on the retake now. UST
Nice, son.
in a tricky spot. They don't want to let this eco go. A flash in is going to be the best opportunity for Sake to get some work done here. Isolates a 1v1 versus Yanel, but can't finish it off. Yanel instead takes his teammate away from him. Now they know where Seikyu is, and this angle's locked down. Yanel should be able to clean it up. No. Health bars are very low for OC. I'm not writing this one out yet. Seikyu with 20 HP now, though. It's all about first bullets.
Oh, he's going to get spotted behind him, though. He's not anticipating Saint. And even if he was, Yanel hits the shot. A thrifty for OC to keep
That's
us
huge.
only 1 round apart.
Well, I mean, economically, it just evens the playing field so much. UST were so far ahead, and in fact, they're still kind of rich. But OC at least have something in their back pockets. UST are going to call a timeout now. I love these UST timeouts, man. They're so well timed. It's on the critical rounds. It's on the swing moments. It's when they need them most. It's not just when they're behind. And they've, I mean, historically been very successful following them.
And I wonder what UST will be discussing here. I have to imagine they're talking about the holes in their defense that OC are constantly waltzing through, right? Like Instinct, Glyph, these guys have just been wandering into the defender spawn without being contested. Yeah, it was funny, like, the play we saw between Glyph and Sake, but if Glyph has a rifle, Sake dies. That round's over much quicker. There wouldn't have even been a chance to turn it around, and even still, the amount of damage that Glyph dealt was enough. So we gotta tighten up this ship. We gotta sew up some of these holes in the jeans.
Yeah, this is a big issue. But I actually think they're debating how much control they want to put towards Rubble as well. It's been like a flash every round, but they've been very hesitant to actually commit to it. And because they're committing so lightly, it also forces OC to commit lightly towards it as well. So they're throwing a lot less resources, which means they have more for later in the round, which it's a domino effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
They'll throw that flash out, early control, but OC doesn't commit much either. OC instead take up mid again. Seikyu on the other end of what is likely to be a lot of utility. Or the backing away of OC, actually. Take this thing down to C long. I got bad news, though. That's an operator of Nate.
Nate. Easy first one. Smoke's gone. No chance to dissuade a retake from UST. And because of that OC, they realize the timing's just never going to work out for them on C. Instead, they're going to try and make the tiny amounts of positioning that Glyph's gotten on the other side of the map work. I don't think this timing's going to work too well. Entry done for. Reinforcements a bit late. And Glyph, I mean, even if he gets one there, there's no way he gets a second. Both players blinded. Oopsie. Hello. Instinct has the most rotten luck trying to get out of that corridor. That hallway specifically is just the most rotten luck for him.
Oh, man. That was comical. Look at this shot from Nate, too. The reaction time, man. I swear, I keep doting over Nate and Tiger, but they really are like dream teammates. They're dream teammates. Extremely selfless play styles. Seikyu locking it down, though, in the middle of the map, too. Despite the really awkward flash earlier on. It's UST up to double digits, and a huge round for them as it puts down the economy of OC before it can really get started. We've said it before, dude, those timeouts, they pay dividends for UST. They're going to continue to.
And, you know, OC, you know, we talked a lot about Rubble on UST's attack. It's where they favored OC finally going over there. But they haven't solved the problem of Nate's operator either. He just sets up and hasn't really been effectively forced off most rounds. So OC, they're going to try and solve the problem by avoiding it. Sounds like me in math class. All right, a little bit shown through the rotating door there. Now the Rolling Thunder goes out. Oh, this is bad for UST.
Is it?
But they still managed to find one. The stuns wear away, and Jakey sidesteps the bullets. He cannot be hit.
I mean,
And
yeah,
Instinct 60 HP. No chance.
yes, the Rolling Thunder was like nice. It bought him a lot of space on site, but there's still 3 people that you're running into. Like, on one angle, it's a lot to contest with.
That rotate timing works out so well. I mean, the 2 players on site, Joinho and Tiger, get caught, but Jakey's there in perfect time to bail them out.
Jakey's been in this rotate position like literally every time that A site gets taken. Jakey shows up above rope and just handles it. In fact, both sites, Jakey just shows up on the rotate at the perfect time and handles it. like this guy is at the core of a lot of this incredible play. Not just the shot calling that we've seen, but some great instincts shown in those rotate timings. An early contest, more so than we're used to seeing from UST, but it's still soft at that. A quick rotate now from UST will be the response, but it looks like they want to play for retake.
OC getting more aggressive than normal, too. The showstopper invested as they work their way onto the site. Aftershock. Actually, the Aftershock gave a little bit of cover there to Tiger. The rocket doesn't go into a wall. One returned is dodged effectively by Entry. A bloodbath now. Jakey jumping down. Hello. Full blinded. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work out, buddy. All on Nate now. Can recover a rifle if he wants. Yeah, there it is. How's he get out of this smoke? This
Like
feels
that.
like a little bit of a lost cause. Ooh, he doesn't get hurt. Ooh, he's being watched for, and a double swing will be enough.
OC to 9, UST 11. The game inches ever closer. I am scared, though. UST are 2 for 2 on 30-plus round games in the past 2 days.
And they still got so much money, man.
So you
They
have
still
to feel
so much money.
you have to feel like if this thing goes to OT, they're slightly favored, if nothing else. OC, though, are far from done it yet. Lose this round, they still don't have that much cash to work with. Maybe enough to get the buy going. And it's everything towards Rebel. 3 people committed this time from UST early towards A. There's actually a lot more opposition than OC are probably used to facing in this position. Oh, but Entry relieves said pressure.
How did he find that shot? Was that through 2 smokes? Around a corner? I swear he curved the bullet.
Echolocation.
Also, both teams have it now. Interesting. Jakey really the only one hanging on to the C site right now. Will hear the from the shadows and hears it gets canceled. Does he dare try to? Oops. It's okay, Instinct. Oh, maybe it's not okay. Maybe
so not
it's
okay.
not too okay. The reinforcements are here too. Seiki is covered. Seiki
the
is
lurking
covered
mid?
to
Scout destroyed.
committed to that angle. Bliff not finding anything either. I mean, trying to hold on to B. How does he get his gun out in time there?
Careful.
A whirlwind of an end to that round.
I mean, it looked really dicey for OC. Let's be real with ourselves. That kill from
Yeah.
Jakey and the misstep from Instinct really could have been painful. But they put themselves up to double digits. Nevertheless, both teams a decent chunk of change to work with still. It's going to see us out for the next round or 2 at least. But UST cannot afford to let this thing keep going, and they're out of timeouts to cash in on. Nate's going to use the tour to force this round. It's up against Entry.
OC have whittled away at this UST economy too. They're so close to sending a
This
size
is fast.
box.
This is real fast.
Another fast-paced execute, just like we saw in A a couple rounds ago. Jakey hanging around, not able to find the timing to shoot one. Uses the aftershock. It doesn't even seem to tag. A full controlled C site by OC Esports. And not much for the retake, honestly, for UST. No Rolling Thunder. Seeker's one orb away. He's looking tricky for now. Jakey trying to make it happen, but he'll have to run away. Has to hide behind a corner while the Rolling Thunder from the other side, Saint, stuns him up. Time beginning to wear away as well. Jakey clearing the corner, giving Tiger the chance to spam through the box. Takes down Instinct 2. Saint, the last one standing, has to reload. The last one on site, at least. It's all on entry now, and with just an op to his name, he's being covered. Nate is holding the line. Not allowing entry to stop the defuse, already half done. There, it does get stopped. Entry found just the tiniest hole of timing, and the headshot doesn't come through. Entry holds it and gets us a tied map.
Oh my god, Paul. They do not make Valorant games better than these. They do not make Valorant matches better than these past 2 days that we've had. UST has put on a show time and time again. OC have proven that they've got an entertainer inside them as well. Economies for both teams, just good enough. UST debating what they want to buy. Do they commit? They got 3 seconds to decide. I don't think
Based
the
on what we've
answer's going to
seen
be
from
yes.
UST, they're
Gonna be
more
a
than
hero
comfortable
rifle.
playing for overtime.
Aggressive play in Rebel, something we haven't seen before from them. They're not ready for this, but to be fair, it wasn't a very fruitful play to begin with. It was a shot in the dark from UST, a mild attempt to stop the momentum of Oklahoma Christian.
And only Jakey really to try and deal significant damage into the lines of OC.
Not even worth it. I mean, you want to save, but saving for one rifle doesn't feel super worth it.
And saving for last round when you'll have money anyways. You go for the hero play. That's one. Oh, God. They almost all lined up there. I got a bit nervous. I'm not even going to lie to you. That's one. Okay. Glyph, good to watch it. And Saint swings out.
Wait a minute.
That's instincts for entry there.
Yeah.
It's fine. He's just a human trademark.
This
He gives the
operator
information on where Nate
could be.
is.
This operator's super worth saving.
That's a good point, honestly.
Yeah, this is actually. I don't love that we gave this over to them. Yeah, OC are going to feel the pain from that one next round. Now they're guessing where Nate's going to be.
They'll at least have enough money to buy up their own operator to replace it.
I think the big thing next round is actually ultimates, right? Because we've got a whole Rolling Thunder in Saint's back pocket. We've mentioned how good that can be from the attacking side.
He just used it too, man.
The guy's been just a nutcase. What can you say? It's a 12th round on the board for OC. After having been behind practically the entire game, they pull themselves forward, dragging a lead out of a UST that has looked far better than anybody in their right mind would have predicted on Lotus. Rolling Thunders on either side. Let's take a look at where the breaches are positioned before the round starts. Headed towards C, ROC. The pings laid aplenty this time. UST also going to be in a position. If Jakey stays on B or C, he will be in a decent place to hit that Rolling Thunder. But it looks like he wants to position for mid. An interesting call from UST. I'm not sure this is going to pay off. Nate's got a lot of work to do with this operator after this Rolling Thunder comes out.
Jump peek. Well done by Glyph. That forces the rendezvous.
They hold
Nate
it.
absconds from the site. He's out of there. Full retake. Ooh. Or will they disrupt the plant? No, it's too late. Oh, and Nate's so done for. Perfect flash, but he doesn't commit. Glyph doesn't commit to the fight. Nate survives. Rolling Thunder's traded, but it's only Jakey hit by the attacking one by OCs. Still, it will stall UST for a little while. The paranoia hits Glyph, but he's tucked into a corner. He's nice and safe. A paint shell doesn't do squat. Sake trying to cover. Sake pulling out a smoke while Sake swings him. 1v2, it's all on you now to try and deny overtime.
Nate needs one
A
shot.
perfect shot! Maybe not perfect, but it'll do. We get more OT in this series.
Oh my god! UST Nate! He's done it again! The kill, the 1v1. He couldn't get the 2v1 earlier. He couldn't cover for his teammate defusing. But he makes up for his errors. Buys in overtime for UST. one that they'll feel far more comfortable in. They're 2 for 2 in the past 2 days in these situations. They've seen the greater of 30 rounds. They know what this is like, and they know what it takes to win. OC, I'm sure, are sweating. They've given up an opportunity to win, to send us on to a map number 5, and the onus is on them, having not won an OT against UST today.
And having hardly solved the rubble problem, we get back to our cookie jar, swear jar door. There was only one round in the entire first half where OC stopped UST when they positioned in toward rubble in the early round. Paint Shell trying to anticipate the TP, an aggressive gambit from OC. UST waiting, biding their time.
Are they going to use their util later to force people out of these ugly positions? Oh my god, they are.
They flush them, or at least try to. Yanel has to drop. Falls back, but he's good for one. Spots a second head, but Sake will take him down. Saint is here to reinforce, and the spike has been isolated. It's over on an island. So far, a kill box between them and their objective. And OC, they're not interested in this fight. They're 4v2 right now. They're more than happy to back away.
Oh, it's disaster for USC. They've only lost this position one time, but OC with some creative play. USC also maybe getting too complicated for their own good. They know Saint somewhere around this corner, holding it as Nate, biding their time, praying for a misstep from OC. I don't think it's coming, Paul. OC are too trained of a team. With a shorty around this corner as well. Saint's extremely dangerous. They don't dare push him. Instinct lurking around every corner. We need miracle shots to open this thing up, man.
Exactly. Mechanical perfection. Nobody's even home on the site. There's no one to catch, no one to lurk onto. Nate has gotten pretty far, but it seems like OC are aware of it, and they'll hear that, certainly. Spike drop, that'll be heard. Glyph ready for him.
Oh, one
the
bullet.
Crosshair placement's just a little low. Tiger now in a 1v4. The first one's easy. He didn't have much health. But the next one, oh, you'll have to hit a headshot. Plant available. A small window for Tiger. An op spotted. He's dodged the play from Breach as well.
Oh!
But a perfectly timed, executed duo swing from Entry and Saint gets OC a lead.
It looked dicey for a second. OC, though, do what they needed most. They shut down Rubble. Again, I think USG just got a little too complicated for their own good. They didn't match the util. They tried to play passively and tried to pull something a little bit too complex out of their back pocket, and it cost them a round. They've been here before, though, Paul. We've said this how many times in the past 2 days. UST on a game point that they have to win. On defense, Nate and Jake set up at the C site. Look, for how many players OC are sending over here, this is the dream team.
OC desperate to close this out now. Their C hits were rather effective, even if their last one didn't quite land. And Nate, not quite the perfect placement on his crosshair. Jakey with the massive stun! Ruins everything OC wanted! That's 3 carved away, sent to the butcher.
We gotta add an asterisk, Paul. The C takes were rather effective when it was just Nate. When Jakey's there, when there is more than one person on that site, it is impregnable. UST have set themselves up to win a round. Entry and Saint, last 2 remaining, a dog sent out to try and hunt them down, and they know exactly where they are. 4 players here, loaded on top of the spike, and it will be refused in every way, shape, and form by the UST side. They cling on to this round as a mother would a child, man, refusing to let go. A good shot from Entry, though. Does crack the grip just slightly. But that'll be all it is.
Not a chance. Not a chance. Not when Jakey's hitting those stuns.
Overtime.
The IGL anticipating the pressure his chamber would be receiving. And extending Lotus more. UST, if they can get the next 2 rounds, they'll wrap up not only a map we didn't expect them to look competitive on, much less win. Not only a series, but a grand final. They'll cement themselves as the kings of CVAL South. It all starts here. No rubble control this time. Off to the other side of the map instead.
Shadows traveling.
USG's not a team that's known for rotating here. I think they're committing, Paul, but it's going to be hard. There's an operator as well from Entry that could very easily turn, knock him through a door. The smokes through, the paranoia brutally hitting all the members of UST, but they commit nevertheless. Seikyu able to get one, looking for a play onto Saint. Not flash, but it's a 2-for-2 trade. They don't have the space on the site that they need. The player's going to try and back away. They could leave, but that would be if they had the spike. A showstopper misses Jakey now. A flash available around the corner. No, Zabuma came out. Is it time to swing? A 2-on-1 now for Glyph. The player that carried them through the first map now needs to see them through the last.
And a rolling thunder. It does whiff.
Enemy remaining.
One caught. Jakey committing to the spike plant with Glyph right there. Timing is everything. Flash. It catches him. Jakey. It takes him an uncharacteristic second. But he'll get it done.
I swear you can see his mouth shake. Despite the nerves on both of these teams, I don't care what tier 2 situation you've been in before. There's money on the line. There's a lot of pride on the line, and this is as close as finals get. Jakey looks as nervous as they come, but he did not drop his spaghetti, ladies and gentlemen. He holds on strong. It's UST on defense. They've got to hold one more round for a grand final, for a championship spot, and for a first seed qualification.
And a bold gambit from OC. This has not gone well, but this time the paranoia goes a bit early. Sake happy on the trigger there. Instinct surely will be able to see this time. For the first time, he actually spots the B site on a full hit. And works his way pretty deep here, too. This is a little bit dangerous. That paint shell applies quite a bit of pressure. Stops the spike plant. Entry good for one, though. Xiaoinho will fall. OC, that stun is brutal. That's going to lock him in, but Yanel will take advantage of the swings. 4v2. Finally, the spike getting its way to the ground. Tiger even tagged through the wall by the operator. Nate, good for one. That alleviates some pressure. Tiger no longer has to worry about that side. But Instinct's right up in his face. Full blind, but he doesn't clear him. Tiger's gone. And it's all on the op. Nate, how could you ever lock this up here? You can't. We'll go for 2 more rounds.
Oh, it's at least to another 30, Paul. We've been here before. UST, OC, UST for the 3rd time in 2 days goes to 30 rounds. It's been the distance. They've come out ahead.
Goes to 30 rounds.
Yeah. And they've won it every single time, though. And that is such a big momentum and mental boost for a team like this. They're headed back towards the C site. It's 2 players in tow, though, to try and stop them. Actually, is it? I think it will be.
He's thinking about it.
Okay, they're coming back. It'll be a tough push for UST, to say the least.
Ooh. I like this from Instinct. This has
Ratty.
not been seen by UST. Will they anticipate him tucked into the corner?
They absolutely don't.
So much
There's
utility.
no way.
Entry can't stay around to help him. He's not cleared. He's not cleared. 1, 2. Already. I'm getting flashes of Teague from yesterday. Another raise tucked into a corner that UST don't anticipate.
And it's when the nerves are on that happens the most. 2v1 now. Sake. He's got to bail him out. The tall order for pretty much anybody. Does get around. He isolates a 1v1. Oh, but he wants the 1v1 with Saint. He dodges the flash. This is the last play Saint makes it. He CP's out. How did he get away? No! UST up to 15. He has moved like you would not believe. His feet dance like no other. And OC are spun in circles. They got no idea where he was.
A ghost in the night. A phantom. Assassinating OC Esports' chance of taking a lead. And potentially a mental breaker. The turn on the flash. Glyph bamboozled at that. And one more chance for OC to try and stabilize, stop the momentum. But UST, after a clutch like that, this is a confidence-driven team. And they've got to be feeling it.
It's all reliable. A quick rebel take. Nothing fancy this time. They're not waiting for OC to come to them. They're not waiting to try anything. They're going to take control of this part of the map. We've seen this take a million times. It was how they won the first God knows how many rounds that they needed. The execute looming over top of the 2 players on site here.
OC are taking so much time to attack the A site right now. Jakey is easily going to be here on the rotate. Xiaoinho showing his head. Completely buying time, a distraction for Tiger. Oh, see, they've just waited too long. Joinio and Tiger, they're flowing through the A site.
A barrage of explosives sent their way. A moment for OC to collect themselves. It's 3v5. And by God, this is the biggest clutch they've needed all day. Instinct waiting for the opportunity to hit a shot on the Tiger to buy them a 5th map. The stun comes in. It's the last piece of util they've got. The satchel available makes Instinct wary of pushing forward. OC's Saint, though, does save the day. Tiger at the back of the site. An unkillable God at this point in time. Bolstered by Jakey. Gets taken down. Gods may die to Saints, it seems, as OC are given a chance, a prayer. Entry needs the shot onto Jakey. Jakey choosing the right time to swing. Gets one. Saint for the second. The stun won't hit.
9
but
seconds.
Can he buy the final set of kills? He needs a spike plant or a miracle. The spike will go down. The arbiter shot through. Connects. And it's UST winning it all.
The revenge they so desperately wanted. Doubters silenced. An unbelievable performance from UST on a map that they had never shown us or shown anyone. 30 rounds. 30, was it 30 or 32?
30 flat.
30 flat rounds to lock up Lotus and get themselves the CVAL South Winter Tournament champions. A frankly insane weekend for UST. And honestly, I'm just awestruck by their individual and team performances.
You could have shown me this map pool 100 times, and I would not have predicted it to go this way. At the beginning of the day, you and I are talking prior to broadcast about how important for a match like this having those first 2 bans is for OC. It normally, you know, you don't want to give too big of an advantage to the upper bracket. It's like, it needs to be a little bit of one. But for a matchup like this for OC, that is a big advantage, just due to the nature of these teams. And we gave such a big advantage to them for that reason. But UST, there is nothing less than just having that dog in you that gets you through these maps. Over time, up past 30 rounds in 2 of them, it is simply a clutch factor that was unmatched by any other team in the bracket.
Jakey literally said on Twitter, I have to paraphrase because I can't use this exact wording on broadcast. They banned our 2 best maps. We're done for, right? The only map they dropped all weekend was Haven. Twice. They won 7 rounds across 2 plays of Haven, and then they won everything else. Insane. And I mean, you just gotta give it to Jakey, man. What an insane player. But the whole UST roster had phenomenal moments in these past 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, you can name every player, but I think what makes this team special is that it's not one of those teams that you look at and it's one of those, like, team that just brings in a bunch of tier 2 super or whatever. It's like each of these players has a very different identity, and they play to those strengths. I've talked about Nate and Tiger endlessly because there's something that you don't see in collegiate all that often in really solid anchor players. But past that, the supporting play of Jakey, the selflessness, the ability to not only play entry and frag as hard as he does, but also be a fantastic refragger, throwing his body on the line regardless of the timing. Following that up, Joinio, incredible play across the series, clutch in the most critical of moments. And Seikyu, I think, who was the most creative player on the team, put up the most insane clutch we've had all weekend in that round and bought them a ticket to those nationals with a first place qualification spot, as well as some cash in their pockets.
I mean, look, I haven't seen every CVAL match from this weekend just yet.
There's no way anyone's
But
having better games than us.
Based on, I wasn't even going to say better game. I was just going to say better clutch. I think that might be the best clutch we've seen in, like, CVAL, right?
The creativity is really what does it. It's not even the gunplay. Like, the absolute subversion of what they were expecting him to do there, to fall back and play safe against 2. He chose his moment to strike, pushed forward. I mean, spun their heads on their necks. We can talk endlessly about that play, but we had a ton of them this weekend, whether it was from Blinn, OC, or...
It's insane. It's insane. We walked into this weekend with 3 possible outcomes. Either Blinn would run it back for a second title, OC would cement themselves as an untouchable king, or UST would show them all just how powerful they can be in a rematch. A phenomenal performance from UST, Blinn, OC, everybody in CVAL South. Again, I cannot stress enough how competitive our region is, Doran, how lucky we are to cast these games. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, of course, to our phenomenal production team who fixed so many things over the course of this weekend that they could not have prevented. And thanks, of course, to all of you for joining us for the CVAL Winter Tournament. That does it for now, but there's still one more tournament. The Spring Series comes at you in just a few short weeks, and then Nationals shortly afterwards. CVAL is just heating up, and we will see you soon.